good morning / good afternoon, Who Dat Nation, and happy day 3 of the New Orleans Saints Bayou Blitz Draft-A-THON coverage. My name is Bob Rose. His name is Brendan Boylan. We have been with you so far through every picks of rounds 1, 2, and 3, and we're getting it kicked off with round 4 right now, actually. And the Las Vegas Raiders have moved up to pick 101, the first pick of the 4th round. And their selection, Brendan, is a guy that was the topic of a lot of conversations last night, Tennessee cornerback Jermod McCoy.
That's ironic because I was just talking to you about, hey, I was doing a little bit of digging and trying to figure out exactly what's going on and why he dropped. And I think there was a lot of people that assumed he would drop, but did not assume he would drop this far. Right. And that was a topic of conversation for us last night, was at what point do you pull the trigger if you're not just the Saints, but any team, just because of the talent that he has and the willingness to go, hey, like if the injury is as bad as they say it is, this, that, and the other. The first thing that came to mind being someone who's in the Carolinas is I think about Marcus Lattimore all those years ago for South Carolina being just a hell of a talent, has this catastrophic injury, falls to the 5th round. The Niners select him. I don't think he ever played it down for the Niners because of how bad that injury was. Now, this is a little different, and we want to specify here. So, Bob, let's talk about it a little bit. I know that, the picks are going to come flying, but I do think this is an important conversation to have, not just because of the injury that McCoy had, but just the nature of the draft and how things can change so quickly for a player, right? This is a guy who had a 2nd-round grade. And for some people, a late 1st-round grade. It really depended who you spoke to, just from a talent standpoint. And I'm no doctor. I don't play one on TV, and I certainly don't play one here on the Bayou Blitz. But let's talk about what actually happened, because a lot of people are assuming, okay, McCoy had an ACL injury, right? He tore his ACL. That's not the issue here. It sounds as if the ACL has healed, and he was even partaking in some team activities this past season, right? I believe as early as November, he started resuming some activities with the Volunteers. So the ACL is not the issue. And Alan touched on it a little bit last night, but it appears that there's a cartilage defect in his knee. And early reports are saying it's sounding that it's degenerative. So what they did was they repaired it with a bone plug, which essentially just means you're taking a bone from somewhere else in your knee and using that to kind of, plug up some of the issues. So the consensus and the concern is that that piece of bone that they used is not going to uphold over time, meaning that he's going to have a similar procedure done. And it's not a procedure that can be done repeatedly because there's not enough bone in your knee to do so. So you only have so many opportunities to get this right. So the question isn't if, but when he has to have this surgery again. What happens if that plug also fails? So that's kind of where people stand is, are we going to get 1 year? Like, he's going to miss an entire year after when that procedure is. But then after that, it's like, well, how many years are you going to get? So that's where we stand, and that's why he has fell to this point.
Bear with me.
Oh, you're good. It's an investment, right? We talked about this last night with Jim. It's a business. And you have to look at these draft picks and these organizations saying, I'm investing in this guy. Do I want my investment to only last a year, 2 years, or do I want my investment to last closer to a decade, right? And that's the goal, is to draft a guy and have him be a key piece of your roster for a decade, whether you're a 1st-round pick or whether you're here in day 3. And they threw the graphic up on ESPN before we went live that like 63% of players rostered this year were day 3 or undrafted free agents. It's like, this is
Yeah.
the meat of the NFL. So this is when you take those swings and hope you hit.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, but by that same token, certainly any first round pick, but also with second and third round picks, day two selections, teams expect these players, are counting on these players to at least be contributors through their first contract, which is 4 years, a fifth year, if you potential fifth year option if it's a first round pick. So the medical concerns, with Jermod McCoy, along with, like you said, when he has his next surgery, which could be, as soon as this spring or this summer, you're already losing him for a year. So therefore you can understand the slide that McCoy suffered, out of not only round one, but also completely out of day two. Now, once you get into day three, and like you said, a lot of the NFL is made up of these kinds of players, and certainly even through Saints history, we can point to more than a handful of gems, that were either late round picks or went undrafted altogether. But teams still go into day three and these middle round and late round picks with the mentality of, okay, who fits my system, who's highest on our draft board, and what kind of hoping to unearth a gem. And Jermod McCoy, the player, if he bounces back to health, as you pointed out, as we talked about last night and in round one, he was a first round talent who was slated, if healthy, is slated to go no later than early in round two. So I think for the Raiders, who ultimately made the decision, to move up and grab him with this first choice of the fourth round, it's a low risk, high reward situation for them. And from the human aspect, you don't want to see anybody's career end before it really gets going, for any reason, let alone let alone an injury while playing the sport that you love to play.
You're absolutely right, and this is a really interesting and rare type of scenario. I did a little bit of research and was trying to find anything close, right? And off of just a little bit of research, the closest thing that I could find in modern medicine, right? And we have to say that as well, because even 10 years ago, I don't know if 10 years ago this is even an experimental surgery that you try on an athlete, right? So within the last 10 years, just modern medicine, the only thing that I could find comparable for an athlete was a cartilage and meniscus transplant. Which just means, and a little different, because in McCoy's case, you're talking about using bone from his own body. In this, you're talking about using someone else's, the deceased's, cartilage and meniscus. But just because it's a meniscus issue, and that's kind of what sparked everything for McCoy, that's where I'm kind of drawing this comparison. And that happened on a basketball player a few years ago. And since his return, he really has played sparingly and is no longer on a roster. Was traded at the deadline and waived, just as a salary dump. And I think that's where the concern goes too, is, okay, well, even if it is successful, we don't have a lot of true track record of anything like this. And the closest one that we could find was a guy who played very sparingly after missing multiple years because of the complications. So that's the risk. But to Bob's point, it is a low risk. And if he is able to, fingers crossed for him, be healthy, recover, and come back and play at a level that he did in college, you're looking at the Raiders saying you got a first or second round talent in the fourth round. The other thing with that is those doctors are extremely confident in all of his medical records. And part of that is why a guy like that slides, because and we talk about this all the time. People know what's going on. It's a lot different when you're talking about medical records and you're in a war room and you're looking at your doctors and you're going, what's the latest on this guy? Right. And then you have doctors and the medical team calling this person and calling this person. Can we get his latest file? Can we get this? Can we get this? Can we examine it for ourselves? That's a lot going on while you have, 8 consecutive hours or 4 consecutive hours of having to do other things because you're in the middle of a draft.
Yeah, right. And speaking of the draft, just to get you folks caught up on the latest picks at 102, going to the Buffalo Bills, is Boston College offensive tackle Jude Bowery. The Jets at 103 grabbed Florida State defensive tackle Darrell Jackson. The Cardinals at 104 grabbed Southeastern Louisiana defensive tackle Caleb Proctor. So congratulations to Proctor. At 105, the Chargers and the Fighting Harbaughs are on the clock. Barring any trades today, the Saints have 2 fourth-round picks, 132 and 136 overall. That's the 32nd choice of this round and the 36th choice of this round. And New Orleans also has 2 picks in the 5th round at 150 overall and 172 overall, along with 1 selection in the 6th round. We're going to be joined, in and out today by Super Bowl champion and 2005 third-round draft choice of the Tennessee Titans, Courtney Roby. Jim Everett, who joined us for a good bit last night, might be able to jump on with us for a little bit. And Saints Hall of Famer Tyrone Hughes, who back in 1993 was a 5th-round choice out of the University of Nebraska. So we're looking forward to picking those guys' brains, during some downtime, which we always kind of actually enjoy in day 3. We're going to get caught up with how these guys are doing off the field, and story time is always fun. Jim gave us a great draft story of his own last night. Tyrone has talked about his draft experience. The number of times we've had Courtney on, I don't recall us deeply into his draft experience, but always looking forward to getting caught up with these guys. Can't wait for them to come on. And for those of you who are joining us live, thank you. For those of you who are joining us live for the 3rd straight day, a special thank you to you. You guys are troopers. And listen, when we'll give our more specific thank yous before we sign off the air today. But you guys are why Brendan and I have so much fun doing this. We do a lot of shows that we enjoy doing. We just enjoy doing this period. But the draft-a-thon is what we kind of get geeked up to do every single year. Yeah,
and hopefully, knock on wood, so there's no interruptions. We had interruptions yesterday. We had technical difficulties yesterday. So hopefully now that, we're settled into day 3, that we don't have anything too crazy going on. Bob, you said you made your first cup of coffee.
I did.
I did as well. Made a little Americano this morning to keep the tally. You guys have now watched me eat 2 bags of pistachios and a cheesecake. I have a bagel in front of me, so we're going. We're going. I know Bob's got the cigarette count. I guess you can start adding the coffee count. We haven't made up words yet, I don't think.
No, we haven't, and I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah. No, there was one draft that we got. Now, we talked about this the last 2 nights, is I don't remember a draft going as quickly as this one has, because they've cut down how much time you do have on the clock, which helps because you start getting loopy and delirious throughout talking for that long or just being on the air for that long. And naturally, words are made up in that process. Brennan Thompson, the receiver from Mississippi State, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. I still want to call them San Diego Chargers.
Yeah, Brennan was one of my guys to watch in day 3, at the wide receiver spot, and there's still an extensive list. And as Thompson comes off the board, and he's a small guy, but he is lightning fast. Kind of the poor man's Zachariah Branch, who went yesterday, the lightning bolt out of Georgia. But and this is no disrespect to Brennan Thompson or any of the receivers that were drafted yesterday. Brendan, I am very surprised that Dion Burks from Oklahoma, Skylar Bell from UConn is still on the board. And I'm downright shocked that wide receiver Elijah Surratt from Indiana is still on the board.
Yeah, that's a name that you fell in love with early in this process. I'm a little surprised, and I think part of that too, and you know this from covering drafts all these years, is the team that wins the national championship gets more hype than anybody. Mm-hmm. And so naturally, I think the stock goes up when you're a key contributor to a team that wins the whole thing. So I would have thought that would have helped Surratt's case. It helped some of his teammates' case over the first 2 days. So I'm a little surprised there. But we are kind of in the silly season and the weird season of the draft at this point. So we will see some guys fall. We will see some weird trades to go up and get guys that may or may not make a whole lot of sense to us sitting here in our positions. And with that, I do want to kind of pose the question to you. For the Saints, they have 5 picks today, 2 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. I cannot foresee the Saints using all 5 picks. So my question to you is, 1, do the Saints trade up? But 2, at what point or in what situation do you think it makes the most sense for the Saints to trade up? I certainly thought it would be early here today because we saw a very small run of defensive backs go late in round 3 last night. And if the Saints want to attack that position, I think there's going to be some opportunity. But what's going through your mind in terms of the potential of the Saints moving up to get anybody?
Well, yeah, I mean, I do think that they move up, from their next pick, which is at 132. We're waiting for pick 107, to be selected right now. And we talked about, a couple of the really talented wide receivers still on the board. Cornerback still has not been addressed. Even though, Jermod McCoy is gone, you still have Keontae Scott, Will Lee, Keith Abney, Malik Muhammad still on the board. Offensive guard, interior offensive lineman. Jeremiah Wright, the Auburn guard that they have met with, had pre-draft meetings with, as well as Inez Cooper from Miami, Bo Stevens from Iowa, Jaden Roberts from Alabama, and Jalen Farmer from Kentucky. All 3 of those spots are legitimate needs for this team. Even wide receiver, where I do believe the Saints will add a second wideout at some point today. Also kind of expect them to add another running back, even after signing Travis Etienne. I don't necessarily care for the depth in that backfield, and we all know that there are questions about Alvin Kamara beyond 2026. I think it's safe to say right now that Kamara is going to be on the roster, for this coming season, sharing backfield duties with Etienne. But what about beyond that? You step into you step into your time machine and fast forward a year to 2027. Can you see the Saints carrying Alvin Kamara, a declining Alvin Kamara, at such a high salary cap number? As he turns 31 this offseason. Definitely past the cliff age for running backs. So, I'm interested to see what Kamara can still contribute for this offense. B, what his role is going to be, and see his status for 2027. But say you move on from Kamara, if you're the Saints in 2027, well, you have Etienne, who's still a young guy, by the way, very much in his prime, and you also have Kendre Miller, who's proven you can't rely on him. Devin Neal, a 6th-round pick last year who we really liked, and showed some flashes when given an opportunity before he himself went down. So I do think that grabbing a second quality running back, to challenge for a spot on that depth chart, that might be a bigger need than adding a second wide receiver if we're sitting here being honest. Brendan, your sound is out.
How about that?
Yeah, I got you now.
Cool. No, I think it's interesting because I think if you were to turn your Madden sliders on for like no injuries, and also maybe turn a slider on for refusal for retirement consideration, because that has been a rumor when it comes to Alvin Kamara as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think you look at the room a little bit differently, or at least I do. But because of Kendre Miller's injuries, which I don't even see him on the roster this year. I think it's the first year I'm willing to wave the white flag on that, because he was that guy who gave you just enough of a tease before he got hurt to be like, oh, like maybe you got something here. I think I'm willing to kind of raise the white flag on the idea that he's going to be on the roster. I'm with you. I think Devin Neal had flashes. Audric Estime was a good little story at the end of the year.
Yeah.
But he's not a guy that's going to be someone you want to rely on to get, serious touches throughout a year. And then, Alvin Kamara. Like, what is Alvin Kamara at this point? For me, it's been disappointing the last few years. Some of it's injury related, but some of it is like he's not as explosive as he once was. Consistently explosive as he once was. Obviously, you're in your 30s at this point, but there are times where you're watching a game and you go, that's kind of like a skeleton or a ghost of what Alvin was. Yeah. And that's hard. I do think on paper it helps a lot for him to take a decreased role, and we've talked about this for years. If they could have got someone else in the backfield, and kind of picked your spots with him, that it wouldn't just prolong his career, but you would probably get a better production out of him. So I do think that helps in theory, but we got to see what the Saints end up doing and how they use this tandem over the course of the season. I'm with you that I think running back can be addressed. But my counter to that would be, well, you just drafted a guy in the 6th round in Devin Neal, who's going to presumably be your third back. What good does it do to have a 4th running back on the roster that's drafted in about the same space? I would almost want to see them bring in a running back to compete, a veteran running back to compete in free agency, see if he can get on the roster.
Well, but we've been down that road before, and as far as bringing in veteran running backs, and it didn't work out. With the exception of Latavius Murray, it didn't work out very well. The Saints consistently brought in running backs well past their prime. Names that we enjoyed, and we actually were mildly excited in reporting, hey, let's see what this guy has left. And the answer was nothing. I see what you're saying about Devin Neal, and as much as we liked him, and even during the pre-draft process last year, he's still a 6th round pick. So I mean, there's no whether it's a rookie 6th round pick or a 6th round pick coming into a second year, there's no guaranteeing a roster spot for that kind of player. And we both agreed that he showed flashes, but just couldn't stay healthy long enough to sustain it. So I look at it this way: if you have an opportunity to draft one of the Penn State backs, Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska, whomever. Well, it won't be Jonah Coleman from Washington because he just went to the Broncos at 108. But say you do add a running back through the draft, but it's a day 3 pick. And say Devin Neal beats that draft choice out for a job, and Kendre Miller beats that draft choice out for a job. There's 2 ways of looking at it. Number one, you could say, well, the Saints wasted a pick here. I prefer to look at it as this pick was brought in to push Kendre Miller and Devin Neal to earn their jobs. And if they did so, that ultimately makes your running back room a better room. And it's the same thing with a wide receiver. If they draft one, sometime in day 3. Jalen Polk, Devon Vele might beat them out. Hell, Mason Tipton might beat him out. But that means that they had to play well enough to do so. We saw this same kind of thing play out yesterday with to me, it was a surprising selection of tight end Oscar Delp in the 3rd round. Well, why would they do that? And I'm seeing a lot of comments on that. Why would they do that? They have Juwan Johnson coming off his best year. They signed Noah Fant in free agency. Well, they did that to increase depth at the position, to give you more options offensively. You have a deeper receiver room. You have a deeper running back room. If you have a quality number 3 back who could be a legitimate threat, well, then guess what? You can use Travis Etienne's receiving abilities a little bit better, and you can finally use Alvin Kamara's receiving abilities a little bit better. So, it just, to me, it gives you more options for your offense.
I understand that. I think that running back depth is not ultra thin. I still think maybe it's what's left of the receivers on the board, talent-wise, outweighs the talent left on the board at running back. So I could see them going more receiver than back. I don't know. I'm with you that they could and they probably should bring in another back. I don't know if it's going to be the 4th round, the 5th round. If they get, if they use their 6th round pick. I'm really curious how they're seeing the board fall right now, because when you talk about guys that are still available right now, that I could see them move up and get. Deontay Scott, we talked about late last night. Malik Muhammad out of Texas. If you want to throw a running back in there, Mike Washington Jr. is still available.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a handful of receivers, Skylar Bell, Surratt. You got Burks out of Oklahoma. You have Bryce Lance, who I talked about last night.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make sure I'm not missing anybody that's still on the board.
I really like Trey Wallace, Harrison Wallace, the 2nd receiver, at Ole Miss. We saw one of my draft favorites, Dejon Stribling, go to the 49ers yesterday. But Wallace, to me, I profiled as a quality day 3 pick, a possible sleeper.
So there's a lot there that you could be looking at that makes sense for this team.
I have breaking news.
Uh-oh.
The New York Jets have traded up to pick 110 and used it to select quarterback Cade Klubnik.
Whoa. That's the quarterback they decide to go with?
While young Garrett Nussmeier still remains on the board.
Yeah. Well, and let's be honest, we talked about this yesterday when it came to a couple guys that got selected, specifically Carson Beck, and playing for a big program, leading a big program to success, and having a lot of starts under their belt. And I look at Cade Klubnik more so than just about anybody else available and say, okay, he played at a big program. He got Clemson to the ACC title game, got them in the playoffs as a starter. Not last year, but as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at that, and there's probably some value there. But it's a guy who went from being maybe not a Heisman hopeful, but at least was in the conversation to start the year of like, hey, this guy could be a dark horse Heisman contender.
Yeah.
To being awful, to conversations in South Carolina at Clemson of not just changes at the quarterback position, but like, could Dabo Swinney see his way out, which would have been unheard of even a year and a half ago, which I know that's how college football works. But this team was atrocious last year. And Cade Klubnik was very underwhelming last year. So I wonder if the Jets view that as a, you know what, we could sit them down. They got Geno Smith. Let's see how we could develop this guy. Obviously, we're not talking about a first or second round pick now. We're talking about a day 3 pick. But bring him in and see, hey, what can we do with this type of prospect?
Yeah, and I'm just surprised that Klubnik was selected before Garrett Nussmeier.
I am too.
But I've never been high on Cade Klubnik, even prior to last year when his stock was at the highest. I remember seeing two way too early mock drafts. That some national people put out immediately following the 2025 draft. There were a couple national pundits that put out, their way too, admittedly by them, way too early 2026 draft. And as you remember, Brendan, nobody was high on the Tyler Shuck pick except for me. Last year, and the Saints were projected to be one of the NFL's worst teams. And I remember seeing 2 of those mock drafts right after last year's draft, having the Saints picking like 3rd or 4th overall, and the pick being Cade Klubnik, and I just laughed and rolled my eyes.
Even more so. Sorry, I'm trying to not chew in your guys' ear. I'm muting myself. Even last year, again, you said way too early mock draft last year. I don't know if Cade Klubnik's like the 4th or 5th best quarterback in that class, because remember how it was viewed right after the draft ended last year. This was supposed to be one of the best quarterback class in a long time. You're talking about Arch Manning was supposed to come out. Drew Aller was supposed to have the stellar year. Cade Klubnik was supposed to, and the list goes on, right? I saw some early mock drafts that had Klubnik being like a mid-first round pick after last season. And even talking to people here in the Carolinas, it was like, that's a stretch. Like, this guy realistically is going to be like a 3rd round pick at best. And that's what a lot of people in this area were telling me. And, I was okay with that. Going, you know what? Yeah, like, you draft a guy in the 3rd round and you see what happens. It's pretty close. Early 4th round pick, you draft a guy and you see what happens. And correct me if I'm wrong, given it was a much later pick, but the Jets have taken Clemson quarterbacks that were project guys just to see what happens. And I'm referring to Taj Boyd, who had a stellar career, and that was well over a decade ago for Clemson. Took him in the 6th round, I think. And Taj never really became anything of it.
Right.
But it's another example of taking a guy from Clemson or the Dabo Swinney era and just saying, you know what, let's just see. Like, let's see what we can do with this guy. And ironically, I'll have to double check, but I think ironically, Geno Smith was the quarterback for the Jets when they selected Taj Boyd as a guy that's like, let's just see if we can develop him behind Geno Smith. And here they are all these years later. Let's see if we can develop Cade Klubnik behind Geno Smith and just see what happens.
Well, and we talk about day 3 quarterbacks all the time. I remember having
a handful.
Yeah. And most recently Spencer Rattler a couple years ago, in the 5th round. And I threw out this explanation when I put out my best available offensive players, to watch. And at quarterback, I listed, of course, Klubnik, Nussmeier, Cole Payton, and Traylon Green, athlete. You still with me?
Yeah, sound like your microphone died a little bit. but you're good.
Yeah, it did. Okay. And and I listed those, and of course, I write for the Saints Wire, a New Orleans Saints coverage site. And when I listed these players, I said, look, everybody knows the list of late round draft choices that have been successes at quarterback. Tom Brady, Brock Purdy. People do forget about Dak Prescott coming off the board in the 4th round. Kirk Cousins was a late round pick. Gus Frerotte had a lot of success in the league. He was a late round pick. So everybody knows that list, but you got to look at it this way. No team drafts a quarterback in day 3 thinking this guy's going to be our starter. They see a guy, and they're only going to draft a quarterback in day 3 if your offensive coach, whether it's your head coach or your coordinator, says this guy has some tools that I can work with and develop, and he's a fit for the system that we run. Literally, not Tom Brady, certainly not Brock Purdy or Dak Prescott. None of those guys were drafted by their respective teams with the thought, this guy is going to be my starter. But for whatever reason, they got their chance and they took advantage of it. Cade Klubnik, and ultimately, Garrett Nussmeier, Taylor Green, Cole Payton. They're coming to the league with low outside expectations, probably for the first time in their football lives. So, so they do have the opportunity here to maybe develop into something. Your mic's out again.
That's what happens when I'm trying to chew and not just gnaw on your guys' ears. But I think ultimately that's the goal, right? And we talk about this a lot in day 3 is you're looking for something sustainable. And sometimes that's a sustainable special teamer. Sometimes that's a sustainable guy who can give you a handful of good snaps a year. Or in the case for quarterbacks, it's a sustainable backup that has the knowledge and ability to these are just me personally, things that I look for in a backup quarterback. I want someone who is extremely smart. I look at a guy like Kellen Moore in his playing career, a guy who's extremely smart. You could see coach one day, and just has a deep understanding and knowledge for the game, right? That's what you want in a backup quarterback. I want someone who's going to be a hell of a teammate, a guy who's going to be really unselfish, and a guy who ultimately wants what's best for the team. And if you can draft a guy like that in the 4th and 5th round and have a guy who's going to be in your quarterback room for 5 or 6 years or more, that's a win, right? That's what you're looking for, to me, in quarterbacks in day 3, with the potential upside of, hey, if something happens, I can trust this guy to come in, play well, maybe become the next Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, whatever, Tom Brady. That's what you're looking for. And you brought it up last night, so let's talk about this in terms of and somebody in the chat, I don't remember who, asked, what are we learning from this Saints draft? And I had brought up the word physical, but you took it a step further and pointed towards last season and how it didn't just start with physicality in terms of those guys last season, but it also started with character.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do want to talk about how important character is in these day 3 picks, not just for the Saints, but for anyone overall. Because of that stat that I brought up at the top is, hey, look, 60% of your roster on average is made up of guys who are drafted in day 3 or undrafted free agents, right? So if more than half your roster is made up of these guys, what are the things you're looking for out of these guys? You're looking for high character guys, high motor guys. Like I said, great teammates, guys that have that old school mindset of, look, I'm going to do whatever it takes to help this team in whichever way I possibly can. That's what you're looking for. If you're a GM or you're sitting in the war room and you have a guy who might have a better grade because of, just how talented he is on the field, but maybe didn't have a great interview with you, and then you have a guy who's a little bit lower, but you thought, damn, this guy's got a lot of character traits we're looking for. Where is that middle ground on how valuable this is versus how invaluable it may be?
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, if you have a poor interview with me, I'd be tempted to take you off my draft board altogether.
And that's why the Bayou Blitz almost didn't exist, because I had a terrible interview with Bob.
He did not, folks. He did not. He was Brendan was a welcome addition. After suffering through the the torturous reign of terror. Under one of the biggest cowards on the face of the earth, the lying Kyle T. Mosley. Brendan's interview took all of like 5 minutes, probably less. Hey,
I don't even
you want to be my partner?
I don't remember there being an interview.
Well, it consisted of one question. Hey, would you be interested in being my partner? On the Bayou Blitz, permanent partner going forward. That was the only question. But yeah, I mean, if you interview poorly with me, I'm at least tempted to take you off my draft board. And at the very least, character concerns for me would be how did your teammates feel and coaches feel about you in the locker room? What kind of locker room guy were you? Did you practice? Did you play while you're banged up? I'm not saying injured. I'm saying banged up. Do you have problems off the field, legal troubles off the field? Serious legal troubles. Domestic issues, assault issues, that kind of thing. Is it more than one? As each one of those negative boxes, we always talk about the positive boxes being checked off. For me, the negative boxes not being checked off is equally as important. So as a long answer to your question, if I have a guy who's only a little bit lower rated, according to my scouting skill wise, but still fairly comparable, he is going to get the pick they are going to get the pick from me every single time.
Well, there's a guard that comes off the board that you had mentioned, Jalen Farmer from Kentucky, goes to the Colts. Yeah, I've always been a guy, and I say this a lot, and I have said it a lot about the basketball teams I root for in particular, and just, culture is a word that gets thrown out a lot. And I think it's became like, it used to be a buzzword, and I think it's gotten from being a buzzword to just a word that's overused and annoying. Got to build a culture, right? So I appreciate when people want to build a culture and bring in the right people and whatever. But ultimately, what I've wanted and what I've expressed that I would want out of any team that I root for, any team that I cover, any team that, I would coach in theory, I just want a lot of guys that are I give a damn type of guys, right? I need to see it, right? Your character and your interviews are important, but I also need to see that, you're willing to do whatever it takes to win. And I think a lot of that starts internally with your character, but then also leaks out into what you do in the weight room, what you do in the off season. How are you taking care of your body? Are you a good teammate? Are you a guy that in the off season knows that Billy Joe lives in the same county as you? Hey, do you want to come work out with me? We're flying out to California for the week. Do you want to come and work out with us this week? Those things, those I actually care type of things are very important, which is stupid that we even have to talk about that. But the amount of guys that get drafted to the NFL, the NBA, the Major League Baseball, the NHL, et cetera, that are phenomenal athletes and they're really good at what they do, but they don't really love the game, is astonishing to me. And we've hit a point where there's a lot of guys that are just like, I'm really good at football, so this is just what I'm going to do. I'm going to make millions of dollars. I'm going to set myself up and my family up for a better life, but I don't really love it. Versus guys that would do anything and would play for virtually nothing, right? We're missing that. And I think a lot of that's just the I give a damn or I have a lot of heart. Those are the type of dudes that I want in day 3. And I'm more willing to take a shot and give you a chance than a guy who might be more talented than you. No, there's your guy. You know what? I hate it for him. Elijah Surratt just got off the board. He's going to Baltimore. I hate it for him because he's going to Baltimore. In a situation where you have a quarterback who is going to run the ball more than he throws the ball. Look, I know Lamar Jackson gets a lot of crap because of his inability to accurately throw a football. Rightfully so. That does not take away from the fact that he is a super talented guy. He's an MVP, but I think he's going to end up being the James Harden of the NFL. And what I mean by that, James Harden, amazing talent, first ballot Hall of Famer in the NBA. If it wasn't for Stephen Curry, like you'd have James Harden would just shatter the record books in 3-pointers, all that stuff, flashy, all that great stuff, MVP of the league. But is known across the league as the guy who cannot win in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see Lamar Jackson. And now Josh Allen's kind of teetering on that as well.
Yep.
But at least
at 116, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select cornerback Keontae Scott.
Dang it. So your guy and my guy go back to back to the wrong teams.
Yeah.
Well, I hate it for Surratt because I don't think it's a good fit for his abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It is going to help Lamar Jackson just having a bigger guy.
Oh, yeah, and Surratt's a contested catch demon, man, too. So, yeah, that'll make Lamar Jackson look more accurate, even though he won't be.
He's just throwing in the general vicinity and just like, go get it.
Yeah.
But, man, Scott hurts because I could have seen how well that fits in New Orleans, and now you got to play him twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
And look, Tampa's done a really good job over the years, particularly in that defensive backfield, in getting guys that fit their system well and guys who have given the Saints trouble. So that one sucks a lot.
Yeah, it does. And Surratt and Keontae Scott, along with Jalen Farmer, were a couple guys, players that we suggested might be possible targets for the Saints to trade up. Because I tell you, we're starting to get a run on offensive line. 5 have gone so far in the now mid portions of the 4th round. 4 defensive backs have gone in the mid portions of the 4th round. And, these were 2 of the positions, offensive line and cornerback, that we were suggesting the Saints still should have on their needs or want board.
Yeah. And now you're kind of, again, we were talking about this just a little bit ago. It's like, well, how are the Saints viewing this board? Is it a board that's favorable in terms of they can let some guys slide down to them? Or is it a board where it's like, okay, well, maybe I need to be a little bit more aggressive to go get this guy?
Clearly it's the former. Where they're just willing to let the board come to them. And and listen, we talked about that last night, the 2 of us and Alan Ulrich. And Alan, if you're listening, thank you again for joining us through rounds 1, 2, and 3. Always fun getting together. But I mean, we applauded the Saints for standing pat last year, letting the board come to them, and frankly, coming out of it with what we think is a really good draft. I mean, certainly after 1 year, they get high grades on a lot of their picks. And it's just it's easy to fall in love with a certain player, or think to yourself you absolutely positively have to have a certain position, like I've been saying with edge rusher, which I think now is decidedly off the table. But at the end of the day, these coaches, and to a lesser extent the general managers and the scouts, they know what they have on their team. So obviously the Saints were comfortable enough with what they have at cornerback and defensive back in general, to not move up through at least any of the first 4 rounds to get a specific guy or to even cross off a need that most of us had high on top of the list coming into this process.
Yeah. And I don't know how the Saints feel about, hey, just take best player available regardless of position. They could certainly be thinking that way. I'm kind of looking at the board and some guys that could fall to the Saints. Remember, they're at the 32nd pick of the 4th round. We're currently at pick 17 as the Los Angeles Chargers are on the clock again. I look at the center out of Kansas State. That could make some sense. Obviously, McCoy's been a guy who can't stay healthy, which is ironic because we applauded him for being the only guy that could stay healthy for a long time. And unfortunately, he's had some injuries the last couple years. But we've talked about the importance of the offensive line and getting depth, right? And that's the one thing that's hurt the Saints over the last few years because of injuries is just the lack of depth on the offensive line. And having to bring in guys that are not plug-and-play players per se, but guys that you're literally signing off the street in some situations. So
I'm laughing. I'm laughing because Jim just sent out a tweet that, and I quote, "If you get the opportunity to announce an NFL draft pick, ... just announce the damn pick."
It's accurate. Well, Jim, because of what you said, I don't know if you're going to get the call to announce a pick because they want the show. That's what this all is at this point. Is how much of a show can we make it?
Yeah, and listen, don't get me wrong. For our job, it's helpful. Otherwise, I'd have had to, brave the idiotic construction and equally idiotic traffic trying to get downtown, to cover this draft. Along with lugging equipment necessary to do potential interviews and et cetera. So, the show, and that's what all corrupt, moronic Commissioner Roger Goodell ever wants is just a show. The show actually helps us in our jobs from that standpoint.
Yes, it does. But unfortunately, and we'll hear this side rant number 1 of the night, afternoon, whatever. It's not just the NFL anymore, though, right? And not so much Major League Baseball because the MLB draft is not as, I don't want to say as serious. That's not the word I'm looking for. But there's so many guys that get signed because of international, right? They come from Japan or they come from the Dominican Republic. And that's how a lot of your top prospects end up entering these farm systems, and then they play in the minors for so many years. It's not as big of a deal, it seems, as the NFL draft, the NBA draft. But all these leagues now are trying to squeeze as much money as possible out of these TV agreements and these TV deals. Mm-hmm. Right? That's why the NFL continues to talk about an 18-game season, which pisses me off because player safety, we care about our players. Right. You clearly don't. When you're asking these guys to play 18 games, I look at the NBA that now has the NBA Cup, or what started as the NBA in-season tournament. The drafts for the NBA is now, it used to be split. Now it's just one day. You have all of these different factors, and it's like, how much money can we squeeze out of TV? Look at Sunday Ticket, right? And you can have Sunday Ticket, but you still got to have Amazon Prime and Peacock and Netflix and all this to watch games.
Right.
I look at the NBA, and it's like you can have League Pass, but now you still need NBC Peacock. You need Amazon Prime. You need just to watch games. It's all a show, opposed to just, this is the sport. Let's just watch the game, or like, let's just have the picks announced. Let's just do this. Even before you and I were doing this on a consistent basis, I could never see myself be like, let me go drive or fly or whatever and go sit somewhere for the NFL draft. Why? Why would I do that? I don't get, I mean, I understand because TV revenue, Think about all the money they're making off these commercials that are playing in the background, all of that. I get it. But man, I just wish they actually cared about the games, the players more.
Yeah.
But they clearly just care about the money. And that's
Well,
fine.
and you know
Also,
what?
Bob and I don't make any money off of this, just to throw that out there too. We do not make any money sitting here and talking to you guys for 3 days. So we're not in it for the show or the money. We're in it for the love of the game, man.
We are. And yeah, that's partially a lie, folks. Brendan just lied to you.
Oh, okay. We make money?
We do. We get anywhere from 23 to 27 cents a month. For our overall show, not necessarily the draft show, in particular. Having said that,
that contract might run out soon.
I hope so. I have
no idea.
But the Fighting Harbaughs, the Chargers just selected another offensive lineman. That's at least their third, if not fourth, offensive lineman that they drafted. His name's Travis Burke, offensive tackle from Memphis. The Lions were on the clock when I came out onto the deck, so I'll get you all caught up when I get back in. But no, back to what you were saying about just being a money grab in a show. If that's the way you're going to be, at least be transparent about it. And I think that's the major. Yes, I do have a problem with that. My bigger problem is the lying and the hypocrisy. The Kyle Mosley type approach. To the whole thing. Yeah, we care about player safety. The players' long-term health and the integrity of the game is what's important to us. Well, bullshit. Because every single action says otherwise. Adding another regular season game, having players play on a Thursday and then turn back around, or play on a Sunday and turn back around and play on a Thursday. All the international travel that he wants to add in, and we could go on and on and on and on. Like I said, just be who you are. If you're going to be a lying money grubbing scumbag, own it. That's all I ask.
Yeah. And and people who are overseas that might be watching this show, don't be super pissed with what I'm about to say.
Yeah. No offense intended.
Or do, it's whatever. I can't tell you how to feel. But I'm sick and tired of hearing we're doing this to grow the game internationally. We're doing this to grow the game, to grow the game, to grow the game. I understand how special it must be to have NFL games in your country, right? I remember not really completely different because it's still called football over there. But I remember how special it was for me the first time that I got to see a Premier League team here in the U.S. And given it was a preseason tournament, the game didn't mean anything, but I got to see Chelsea play Paris Saint-Germain when Zlatan Ibrahimovic was playing for PSG. I remember that being super cool because otherwise I would never see these clubs play. So it is neat. It is cool. But it was a preseason game. And that's what we should be doing. If you want to do it, okay. But do what soccer does or football does. Do what the NBA does and send teams overseas for that's their preseason. Is we're just going to play we're going to play 2 games in China for the preseason. Right? And then we're going to fly back and we're not going to worry about it.
Well, right. And you look at obviously soccer, or if you want to call it football, that's fine too. It's so immensely popular in Europe, but none of those professional teams, to your point, play a regular season game. Typically in a match. Sorry, you're right. In America. So what did America do? They tried to capitalize on the overall world popularity of soccer, and they did so back when volleyball was a lot more popular too. They created their own leagues and their own teams, and it's not quite the quality of play most would say the European leagues, even in South America and other places throughout the world, but it's still a professional league. You can do the same thing with American football. Granted, they tried it with the
NFL Europe.
NFL Europe, but I mean, you could do so again, and just go about promoting it differently, and then have back to soccer. Soccer has the World Cup and other tournaments that are different locations throughout the world, including the United States from time to time.
This summer,
you can do that same kind of thing, with American football, without disrupting an entire team's regular season schedule.
Right. Look, and this is what I lobbied for, and no offense to the guys that we've had on this show that have been, XFL, USFL, CFL guys. I still think the best thing possible, one, for those leagues to stay around, because that's been a trouble point, right? Is those leagues are like, I don't know how we're going to make it. Why can't we just unify those leagues, right? We take those two leagues, put them together, the CFL and the USFL, and it's like the AFL and the NFL back before the merger, and the winner of the CFL plays the winner of the USFL for the Grey Cup, if you want to keep calling it the Grey Cup, okay? We can do that. And then NFL Europe can essentially be a minor league system if you want it to be, right? You could say, okay, guys, we're going to have 15 teams, and each team, NFL team, is allowed to have like 10 practice squad guys that play there, and you can call them up and down as you need, right? So you'd essentially be extending your practice squad to 20 people, and half of them can go play in NFL Europe, and half of them can stay in the States and be on your roster for the whole year. Like, that's the solution that makes the most sense. But to your point, I'm tired of the money grab and saying, we're just trying to promote. Well, guess what? They know what American football is overseas.
Right.
They watch it every Sunday. Some of these pubs and these bars are packed out at like 3:00 in the morning to watch whatever team that city in particular has chosen to be their team. I get you want to reward them for their fanship. You want to reward them for their support of the league and their franchise. But again, you do not need to disrupt an entire season, or what they're talking about is having every team play overseas once a year.
Oh, and I think that's ultimately what it's going to come down to.
And that's awful. Again, I'm sorry to the people overseas that love having games there. I would just love if NFL Europe came back and it was a minor league system almost, or minor league system adjacent, and that just be the solution. But I'm sick and tired of this money grab. And like I said, it's the same in every other league, because, you have all these other leagues that are trying to play games in Mexico, or like I said, China, or the NBA's played in France a few times. Like, there's no need for all this. And Mark says it too here in the chat. So shout out, Mark. Thanks for hanging out with us the last few days. He said the international game stinks, especially when you're losing a home game. Right? And we haven't even addressed that for franchises. And I know nobody wants to feel bad for the billionaires. But you don't think that affects the Saints organization as a whole to lose a home game from a financial standpoint? You don't think that affects some of the people that work at the Superdome and going, hey, I'm not getting a game check this week because I'm not ushering people to their seats, or I'm not working in the kitchen making hot dogs, or I'm not doing whatever. Like, those guys everybody's losing money in New Orleans, but the league's making a ton of money. They're playing in France that week. Like, what sense does that make? How does that better your franchises? It doesn't. It just puts more money in NFL's corporate office in New York City. And I hate that. I'm so tired of giving the NFL money. And I will now step off of my box. And that was my first rant of the afternoon. Make Sunday Ticket more affordable, damn it.
Oh my God, yeah. All right, so get people caught up on a few picks. Detroit selected 118. Detroit selected Michigan linebacker Jimmy Rolder. Jacksonville selected an edge rusher, Wesley Williams from Duke. Green Bay selected an edge rusher we talked about last night, Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State. Pittsburgh at 121 selected wide receiver from Iowa, Caden Wochin. So of all the wide receivers we still have left, at least on our board, that wasn't one of them. I don't have pick 122, but I know the Texans at 123 grabbed Clemson linebacker Wade Woodaz.
Let's see what the Raiders selection. Also, I apologize again to the international folks because I did that whole rant while like international fan of the years are announcing these picks. So I look like a terrible human being. The Raiders select Mike Washington Jr.
Okay.
Which good pick. Good pick for the Raiders. You get your you get your running back. Maybe not of the future, but you get a guy that's going to contribute in your backfield to go along with some other great picks that they've had tonight. And of course, the crown jewel of the draft, the first pick, Fernando Mendoza, who I still feel bad for because he's going to the Raiders. And I think I feel bad too, because this is going to sound, I don't know if we've talked about this on the show. It's going to sound weird. He, from a personality standpoint, I think he's got a wonderful personality. I think he's just like a good dude, which I can really appreciate. But he does not have that like very like masculine, I am like the jock quarterback type of personality. And now you're going to the Raiders, which I think Raiders fans almost like expect that like mean Raider, like old Raider-esque.
Listen, Oakland Raider fans did. I don't know about Vegas.
That's true. I like Mendoza. I hope he has a very successful career.
Oh yeah.
I very much appreciate the authenticity of who he is. Mm-hmm. Right? That's the one thing I've really appreciated about Fernando through all the success at Indiana, especially, is he's never shied away from who he is as a human being. And I think that's something to applaud.
Well, and two, you have a really good tight end in Brock Bowers over there, an offensive mind that we really like in Clint Kubiak. Maybe you got some groundwork to turn things around, and now you picked up Mike Washington on top of the running back that you have from Boise State, Genty, that you got last year. We kicked off our Saints coverage today by talking about how important it might be to pick up another running back, despite the fact that you have a Travis Etienne and you still have an Alvin Kamara. Vegas kind of subscribed to that theory. I mean, a two-headed backfield tandem of Genty, and Washington, like we talked about Genty, last year's draft, being an a spectacular runner, but also an underrated receiver out of the backfield. Well, to be able to utilize that and make your offense at least slightly less predictable, you have to have another backfield threat. And now, at least on the surface, you have that by adding Mike Washington.
Yeah, similar guys, like bigger guys, guys that have good speed but also have great size and will run you over. So I think it is going to be a fun 1-2 punch, but also it takes the pressure off of Genty, who had moments as a rookie, but I think there was a lot of unrealistic expectations because of how freaking good he was.
Yeah.
At Boise State. It does take some pressure off of him, and I'm a huge fan of split backfields or backfield tandems because it's like having a daily driving car and then having your fun car. And because you do want to take your fun car out, you're putting less miles on the daily driver and you're prolonging the life of it. And so I think drafting a guy like Mike Washington also protects some of your investment in a first round selection and a high first round selection, Genty, to where you're able to kind of have both for an extended period of time opposed to just running one into the dirt. Obviously, there's great examples of guys over the years who were really, really good, but because they got the ball so much, their careers didn't last very long. I look at a guy like Ezekiel Elliott, who had a really high peak really early in his career, but it was very evident that peak was only going to last so long because, the guy was carrying the ball like 30 times a game.
Yeah, and we know that Clint Kubiak wants to run the football. We know that he comes from the Mike Shanahan and Gary Kubiak coaching tree of that zone blocking scheme that just gets your running backs, sets up your running backs for a one cut, and boom, you're at the second level. Now the Raiders have to have improved offensive line play, but clearly with Genty and now Washington, you are set up to take the pressure off of Fernando Mendoza whenever he gets into the lineup. You mentioned last night, and I couldn't agree more, that Kirk Cousins, will almost certainly start the season as the Raiders quarterback. But Mendoza was drafted number 1 for a reason, so he's going to be in there, sooner rather than later. You're putting. I don't know who the Raiders have at wide receiver, but you're at least giving him a running game and a really, really good intermediate weapon, in Brock Bowers, to work defenses over with.
Absolutely. For all of you betting folks, FanDuel had a prop at least last night. I'm sure it's still up. The odds might have changed a little bit. But I believe it was plus 115 that Kirk Cousins is the week 1 starter for the Raiders. I would take that. I would take that bet that Kirk Cousins will be the week 1 starter. If you guys are part of that sports betting community. A couple receivers come off the board, Bob.
I saw Skylar Bell 125 to the Bills.
Muhammad, the defensive back out of Texas, was the Bears selection as well.
At 124?
124. And the Bills have back-to-back picks. So here at 126, we'll see what the Buffalo Bills do. It goes back to, because they take Bell, who's a bigger-bodied guy. It brings me back to Keon Coleman. Like, is Keon Coleman done in Buffalo?
I mean,
it all but seems that way.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You said the Bears grabbed Malik Muhammad at 124?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then 125 was Bell out of UConn.
Okay. I was going to say that I am
126.
Gotcha. Okay. I am caught up then. Now we've seen a run on offensive linemen. We're seeing receivers come off the board. We're seeing cornerbacks come off the board, and here the Saints sit.
Caleb Elarms Orr out of TCU, the linebacker taken by Buffalo.
I liked him. He was an undersized guy, but extremely productive and instinctive. For the Horned Frogs, he was on my list of off-ball linebackers to watch coming into today.
Yeah, the weight's the most. That's what makes you say undersized, because he's like 230. Yeah. You'd like him to put on a little bit more weight. Ironically, especially with his height at 6'2", you could almost see him being one of those like hybrid linebacker safety types. Oh God, what was his name? Isaiah Simmons, like out of Clemson a few years ago, who really hasn't panned out, but kind of a guy like that could play a little bit of either or. He's going to be a versatile player for Buffalo.
So we're sitting at 5 picks away. Well, 5 picks away from the Saints picking at 132. You still have 2 cornerbacks that a lot like in Will Lee from Texas A&M, Keith Abney from Arizona State. Another corner I like, Devin Marshall from NC State. If you like edge rusher, LT Overton from Alabama, Mikhail Kamara still on the board. Off-ball linebacker. For you LSU fans, I'll give you this one. Harold Perkins from LSU. Kyle Lewis from Pitt, I really like. Aiden Fisher from Indiana. Wide receiver, Deion Burks from Oklahoma. Harrison Wallace from Ole Miss. Eric McAllister from TCU. Colby Young from Georgia. Interior offensive running backs, you still have a bunch. Interior offensive line, Jeremiah Wright, Inez Cooper. I think Logan Taylor from Boston College came off the board.
Sam Heck out of Kansas State is still on the board.
Bo Stevens from Iowa, Jaden Roberts from Alabama. So I mean, you still have some nice talent there. And a lot of those guys that we just mentioned were projected to go either around this spot or higher. So unless something happens here at the last minute, the Saints seem content at least to sit at pick 132.
Yeah.
Going back to what you said about Keon Coleman, I would find it hard to believe that he is on the roster, given what his own owner said about him so publicly. But there's been that happened very early into the offseason, and there's been no movement made.
Yeah, that was weird. I can't remember a lot of times where a player is called out and almost humiliated publicly like that when it hasn't been an issue of like off the field, right? Like when I say off the field, like I've seen guys get destroyed by head coaches or ownership or whatever when they've been arrested for something.
Yeah.
But not in a situation where it's just like, he hasn't performed really well. Maybe he's still a little bit immature. He's got a really unique personality. That was weird. And I went on a whole rant like 2 weeks ago about just people in higher powers or people in the media in particularly taking personal attacks at people, opposed to just being like journalists. And you can kind of take that and also compare it to this. Like just because you're in the front office of an organization and you're someone's boss doesn't mean you get to publicly humiliate them.
Right.
Because they haven't done a good job, right? Like that would be like my boss of my full-time job going to a like national broadcasting company, NBC or whatever, right? And just being like, you know what? I haven't been real happy with Brendan this past year. I'm just going to blast him nationally. Like, first off, that sounds outrageous when I put it that way, but that's what happened. That would be like I don't know. I know you have a great relationship with your team for what you do jewelry wise, but it'd be like someone there going, you know what? We're not happy with Bob's sales this month. Let's go and blast him publicly. Let's show up somewhere that we know Bob frequents, and we're just going to stand on a table with a megaphone, and we're going to yell about how mad we are at Bob. Like, that sounds ridiculous when I say that out loud, but that's what happened to Keon Coleman, essentially. And I feel bad for him. I will say one thing that don't want to say impressed me, but I guess I really appreciated is, earlier this past season, I was on the field for Panthers Bills here in Charlotte,
Right.
at least for the pregame festivities. My wife did the national anthem. It was a lot of fun. Keon Coleman's whole family was there, and you could tell how much it meant to him to have his family there. The amount of time that he, after warm-ups and doing, his job that he spent over there, he climbed up into the stands to give hugs and kisses to his family before the game. Like little things like that, that like from a personal level, and obviously what we've seen in interviews and stuff, he's a little bit of a goofy character. You can tell that he seems to be just like a genuine, true to himself type of guy. And it hasn't worked in Buffalo. And I think you can tell it's starting to get to him because he is a very talented guy. He was coming out of college. But beside just that, I feel bad for anyone who is publicly blasted like that. And then not given like an option of like, hey, this is what we're going to do to like resolve this. Right. And I haven't seen that, or whether it's a trade or whether, hey, we're going to work through it. Obviously draft a receiver that, that's a similar size and stature here in the 4th round. So I don't know. We talked about it yesterday. I would give up a pick for him.
Yeah. We've had our 7th and 8th offensive linemen come off the board in the 4th round. The 49ers at 127, offensive lineman Carver Willis, and at 128, Cincinnati and center Connor Liu from Auburn. So we got picks 129, 130, and 131 before the Saints are on the board.
What do you think about Keith Abney II out of Arizona State? We talked about him a little bit yesterday, being a guy who, based off his skill set, could fit for the Saints.
Yeah, love him. His physicality at the catch point, will draw some flags. But generally speaking, he has good ball skills. Stands about 5'10", if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit shorter than the prototype. But if he can convert to the slot well enough, that's basically what the Saints are looking for. Having already had, two good outside cornerbacks in Kool-Aid McKinstry, Quincy Riley on the roster. Abney will leave from Texas A&M, and Devin Marshall from NC State. They're all really aggressive at the catch point. And I'd take any one of these guys on the roster.
See, Panthers picking now. I love like the little like notes, it's like Panthers pick from Rams via Chicago through this team by way of. It's funny how these picks get tossed around over the years.
You're too young to remember, but Pete Rozelle, now you see the graphic up on the screen of how the pick was obtained. Pete Rozelle used to have to read all that before he actually announced the selection.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. And like there's Will Lee.
Will Lee gone.
A&M. It's bad in the NFL because you know how it goes. It's always like traded for future draft considerations, right? And we don't find out till sometimes it takes days to figure out what the trade was really for. Or you have like not so much in the NFL, but sometimes you have pick swaps and contingencies on this happening or that happening. The NBA is always my favorite with the protections they can have on picks because it's a lottery system, right? It's like, oh, we'll trade you our 1st round pick as long as it doesn't land within the first 3 picks. And if it does,
right.
If it does, we retain the pick, but you get our 1st round pick 7 years from now. Or you get the least favorable pick between this team, and this team. Like, it's all sorts of headaches. It always makes me laugh. But, and I've brought this up on the show before too. The one thing that drives me nuts about the trading of draft picks, like future, like draft capital, is nobody ever goes back and looks at what those picks became, right? Like, we all can sit there and be like, oh, well, the Saints traded their whole draft for Ricky Williams in '99. But what did those picks become?
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
sorry, I've gotten 4 spam calls since we've been on the air today,
and it
keeps knocking me off the air.
What was that? I was like,
what's that?
But yeah, no, like nobody goes back and looks like, hey, what did those picks become? Like you can trash a trade because of how many picks they gave up, but if those picks didn't amount to anything, then like, you know, hindsight, it wasn't that bad. Like I remember having to do that and being like, hey, like I wonder in this trade situation where this team gave up this many picks, like what did those picks become? And you look at it, you're like, oh, that's really not a bad trade in hindsight because none of those picks amounted to anything.
Right.
But at the time, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe they gave up, you know, this, and this. So that always drives me nuts too, is we never really like fully look at, hey, what was this trade really? Right? Like I don't know it off the top of my head, but like the Panthers trading up to first to draft Bryce Young a few years ago. Like that ended up being Caleb Williams, DJ Moore, and who else? Right? Like who else, you know, did they ended up giving up? I would love it. I'm assuming just off the top of my head and thinking of like recent Chicago picks, like Luther Burden could have been one of those guys, right? I don't know if that was ended up being Carolina's pick that they traded or whatever. Like I would love to go back and look at that and say, oh, that was given it was a terrible trade anyway, but I would love to go back and be like, oh, that was a bad trade. Look at all of this talent that they gave up.
All right. So we have the Saints on the clock now at 1:32. Pick is actually in.
So let's figure out who it was. You might beat me to it, but
I've not gotten word yet. I got to think with the way they're coming off the board, 7 defensive backs in this round, 8 offensive linemen. I got to think that it's going to be one of those two. One of those 2 picks. Now, you know, the Saints turn back around and you have another pick 4 selections later.
Right, and they're almost back to back.
Yeah. But yeah, given the run on offensive line and defensive back, I would think that one of these picks are going to go there. Because running backs, even though 2 came off the board in the 4th round, you still have a lot of talent at running back. Still have some decent talent at wide receiver and off-ball linebacker available, along with Kamara and LT Overton at edge.
Let's see.
Or we could go nuts and bring Garrett Nussmeier over to his dad's team.
Yeah, let's not say we did.
I don't even want to say we did.
I don't want to deal with Saints Twitter.
No, I'd probably mute it for at least a week.
You're like, let's not do that. Let's say we did and go from there. I still don't see a world where they keep. I mean, they could keep both 4ths, but I don't see a world where they keep everything. Could be wrong though.
Yeah, I mean, we said that kind of thing coming into day 3 last year, and I think didn't they have 2 4ths and 2 5ths last year? So and they kept them along with the 6th.
Yeah, I was surprised. I still don't have the pick, which I'm also surprised by.
Nah, I don't have it either.
As they are trotting the International Fan of the Year out. All right, let's see what the Saints do.
And so far, they've gone offense, defense, offense. Not that that means anything.
It means everything. Got to follow trends.
Jeremiah Wright, the guard from Auburn.
Makes sense.
It does, and we were talking about Wright as a player who has met with the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at him coming off of the board around this spot, and in my mock draft, this is where I had the Saints going guard. And we talked about the run on offensive lineman this round, making the Wright being the 9th pick, or the 9th offensive lineman selected since round 4 has started.
Yeah. There's definitely been a run. There was a need, obviously. Big guy. Guy who was a 4-year guy, might have been a 5-year guy.
Mm-hmm.
At Auburn. Goes back to that whole, this is what this team values type of thing.
Yep.
And so I see it. It makes a lot of sense, and it's been a good draft, I think, so far for the Saints. I am curious.
And for you Cesar Ruiz haters, Jeremiah Wright was a right guard, primarily a right guard at Auburn.
Did you just have to say that to make yourself feel better? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it does. And it does.
Oh, good. I'm glad it makes you feel better. The Saints have, what do we say, 2 picks within 3 or 4 picks of each other. I am curious to see how they feel about the defensive backfield. There's still some guys left. I mean, Chandler Rivers out of Duke. Charles Demings, if we wanted, I love my small school guys, right?
Well, he was on my players to watch at cornerback, so yeah.
Yeah, Stephen F. Austin, a 42-inch vertical. So that's that's an option. There's a couple of different ways the Saints could go when it comes to that. If they want to get another fat guy, they could get Xavier Harris at Ole Miss.
And that guy's a monster too.
So it's completely up, and that's the beauty of this right now is they have so many picks. It's like you can really take whatever you want. I don't want to say it's been confusing, but I do think I was really thrown off by the pick yesterday to take a tight end. Just because, not because it didn't make sense or not because I don't think there's talent there, but because I didn't think that was the biggest position of need.
Mm-hmm.
And now I look at it and go, oh, okay, well, you're not really taking like a linebacker here that's going to, in theory, you're not taking a linebacker here that's going to compete to be your starting linebacker. You're not taking a safety or a corner here that's going to compete to be your starter. So what positions are you needing more depth at? And which of those positions is the most important? That's kind of where my mind is with the Saints going into their 2nd pick and 4th.
Yeah, and in the past with Sean Payton, you would see picks here, in the middle rounds, 3rd, 4th, 5th, at positions where players that were already on the roster might have been coming into a contract year. But Juwan Johnson still has 2 years left on his deal. Noah Fant, and I might be mistaken on this, but I think Noah Fant was signed to a 2-year contract, not a 1-year.
I think it was a multi-year deal. I'll look for you, though. Do the homework. Let's go straight to the press release. That's going to tell me that, it was terms agreed to. Essentially, like, terms agreed to that will be undisclosed. Nope, it does say right here in the press release, Noah Fant to a multi-year contract.
Okay.
Which means at least 2.
Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure it was a 2-year contract.
Right. I want to say it was like, I might be making stuff up, but I want to say it was like 2 for 10, 2 for 12.
Yeah, I mean, it was a reasonable deal.
Somewhere in that range, like nothing crazy. I remember seeing it and being like, wow, that's pretty good value for a guy like Noah Fant. But again, that's why it confuses me. It's like, well, okay. I don't know. But I think because of that, and not that going from like third round to fourth round makes a huge difference, but again, if you draft like a linebacker in the third round, I have a little bit more confidence. Okay, maybe that guy can compete, for serious snaps. Or if you draft a, whatever position, oh, that guy can compete for serious snaps. You get to the end of the fourth round and you're getting to comp picks at this point. And it's like, I don't know. Like, this guy's going to be a let's fill out the roster type of guy. Calvin said Xavier Harris is freaking huge. I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a massive human being. If they want to go that route, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah, and like most players coming out of Mississippi, he's a freakish athlete. Yeah, you give me Xavier Harris to throw in that defensive line rotation. I'm not unhappy about that whatsoever.
Why is Roberto Carlos announcing the pick for the Falcons?
I have no idea.
For those of you who don't know who Roberto Carlos is, one of the best fullbacks in Brazilian football history. Why? Like, what does he have to do with the Atlanta Falcons? He's like a god in Brazil. But what does Roberto Carlos have to do with the Atlanta Falcons?
Maybe Arthur Blank is moving the Falcons to Brazil. The Rio de Janeiro Falcons.
Well, you know what? His soccer team, Atlanta United, has been so bad. Maybe he's moving Atlanta United to Brazil to go and learn how to be better at soccer. I don't know. They've been awful, atrocious. I just had a conversation the other day with somebody about and I know this is probably true across like multiple sports, multiple cities, but how fortunate the city of Atlanta has been in their sports franchise history to have the owners that they've had that have made it a point to be very present in that community. Talking about Ted Turner with the Braves, Ted Turner with the Hawks when they came from St. Louis, and then having Arthur Blank with the Falcons and Atlanta United. You don't have a lot of franchises, one, that have owners that own multiple sports franchises in the same city. Obviously, the Saints do. But two, ones that are so well connected with their community. Obviously, the Saints are with the Bensons, but to do that across multiple generations doesn't happen a lot either. So to see what Ted Turner built and then Arthur Blank to kind of take the torch, I was like, yeah, Atlanta's been really fortunate in that sense. It hasn't brought them like championships outside the Braves.
I was going to say, which is just fine by me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. My favorite thing with the Braves is that they have like this, like the entire outfield is covered with like the years they've won the division. But they don't have a whole lot of World Series to show for it. So you just have like this huge like wall of like, look at all these years we've won the division and made the playoffs. And there's like the 2 World Series rings over the last 30 years.
We've seen a couple linebackers, off-ball linebackers go. Kendall Daniels, 134 to Atlanta, and Bruce Bochner, the linebacker from Oregon, go to Indianapolis at 135, which puts the Saints back on the clock at 136, the 36th selection of the 4th round.
Yeah, Keith Abney makes a lot of sense here.
It does.
ESPN even has that as the best fit for the Saints. Xavier Harris is the best overall available player. But watch, the Saints are going to do something completely different. We think they're turning left, they're going to turn right, and they're going to go in a position that we're not even talking about. And I swear, if you curse us with this Garrett Nussmeier stuff, I'm blaming you.
That's fair. Well, I mean, we strongly suggested that offensive line could be the pick at 132. I am thinking defensive back here, though. Running back, I'm getting it. I'm getting a stronger feeling about running back.
Which one? Oh, you love your Penn State guys. So
I do, and I had Nate Singleton mocked to the Saints. I've been talking about Katron Allen. both of them are Kellen Moore type of backs. Slightly different. Yeah, it would not surprise me. Running back, I'd like to see cornerback, specifically Abney. Abney, Demings, I would be all right with. Devin Marshall from the Wolfpack, I would be all right with. Edge rusher, you still got Mikhail Kamara, LT Overton. Off-ball linebacker, you got Kyle Lewis, Drew Watts, Harold Perkins, Aiden Fisher. Wide receiver, you have
Bryce Lance,
Trey Wallace, Eric McAllis, Dion Burks.
Yeah, that one makes sense a lot. Speedy guy.
I've not gotten a word yet.
I haven't. Calvin just said, too, the Saints will take a guy like Bryce Lance. While we're expecting them not to do that. I haven't got anything yet either. I guess some of our friends' sources are a little slow today, too. Yeah, it's day 3. There's a lot going on. Everybody's a little sleepy, right? Everybody's being a little slow about stuff. It's all right. We've went on random tangents, or I've gone on random tangents today already.
We have. We're on the brink of starting an international incident.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's add that to our achievements list. Not one you expected, is it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not hearing anything from anybody right now. But it was like that the last pick too. So
yeah,
I'm not overly shocked. I'm seeing a lot of Saints fans that are being very positive about the Oscar Delp pick. Oh, I got it. Hey, where's Calvin? Calvin, congratulations, you're a psychic. The Saints are taking wide receiver Bryce Lance out of North
I see it.
State.
Well, and listen, I've been saying all along, all off season, the Saints are going to draft 2 wide receivers. I personally had them doing it in the 2nd round and the 4th round. They went Jordan Tyson, obviously, with their 1st round pick. And then with the 4th rounder, they have, and again, this is a smaller school guy. You talked about him a lot last night, Brendan. Has some wonderful measurables. And again, you're coming to a depth chart that now has Chris Olave, Jordan Tyson, Devon Vele, Jalen Polk. So I don't know that Bryce is going to be expected to be a heavy contributor right away.
No, he's going to be a guy that, because of his measurables, that's why you take him. He's got good speed, right? Like 4.3. I think it was a 4.35. Calvin said, off to get my Powerball. Hey, look, Calvin, the only agreement is if you win, you share, right? That's the agreement here.
We don't need a 50-50 split, but we'd like more than 23 cents a month.
So how about 23%?
All right.
Right.
If Calvin's agreeable to that, I'm down with it.
Yeah, I can work 13% each between the two of us. That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll last us a little bit. No, but I think Bryce is one of those guys where he's a bigger guy. He's like 6'3", almost 6'4". Like I said, he runs a 4.34 or 3.5, somewhere in that range. It's going to take him time to go from, even though it's extremely competitive FCS football, it's going to take him time to go from FCS to the NFL. He's going to be a guy that is going to be relied on special teams a lot.
Yep.
But there's a lot of things you see on film that flash at you and can get you excited. And
he has nice run after the catch ability. The route precision is going to have to develop. But right away, if he's going to be a contributor right away, he's got to win his one-on-one matchups outside. Take the top off of defense, which 4.35 speed you can do. and win those contested balls along the sideline, maybe develop into a red zone target if he could do that. Those are what's gonna make him a contributor right away. As he develops his route precision.
Yeah, he's gonna have to put on some weight too, because he's only about 200 pounds, and at 6'3", for you to be a big-bodied guy, to also compete with some of the most, physical, actually the most physical defensive backs in the world, you're gonna have to put on weight. Not like dumb weight, but if you can get up to about 215, I think that would be huge for him. So he's going to be a developmental piece. I'm going to throw this out here. All right, ready? Just throwing it out there. See if Bob catches it or not. I didn't love. We talked about for a little bit. I felt like the Saints need to get a veteran quarterback. I wasn't super thrilled with Zach Wilson being the guy that they bring in as a veteran quarterback. What is Trey Lance doing? He's a backup.
I think
somewhere.
Now that Dallas is on the clock, actually their pick is in. I think he's still a backup quarterback in Dallas.
I wanted to say Chargers. I'm gonna look it up.
You know what? You could be right.
So here's my thing. I mean, if Bryce Lance is already with us, I mean, what's it going to take to get Trey Lance? Still not the veteran quarterback I'm super looking for, but
right.
Look, just get the brothers together. And to be fair, and some of you might not agree with me, I did not think Trey got a fair shot at it with the Niners.
I know, but I mean, he was also completely awful when he did play.
Yes, he was bad. He was very bad. He's a quarterback for the Chargers. Since last year.
I mean, he has a brand new spanking offensive line with the Fighting Harbaughs.
Right. But he's not going to see the field. They got Herbie. So what's it going to take?
If you're the Chargers, you hope he doesn't see the field.
Right. So what's it going to take, to get Trey to New Orleans? Just throwing it out there. Like I said, still not the veteran quarterback that I want, but I do think it would be cool. I'm also the big, hey, FCS guys are the way to go. Brian says Trey should have stayed in school. I agree with you. To better develop or maybe even transfer to a bigger school his last year, but can you blame a guy when he's projected to be a top 5 pick? Like, I can't, right? That's stupid money as a quarterback to be a top 5 pick, and he never really got a fair shot of it. In my opinion, he wasn't great, like Bob said, but I don't think he got a fair shot at it. I got to see stats. I'm going to pull that up just because why not? I don't know how many games he played, in all fairness.
It was less than the equivalent of a full season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he didn't start a full year, but how many games did he start? I know he started 0 games for Dallas. He might have played in a game for Dallas, but I know he didn't start a game for Dallas. Let's see. Okay, cool. So I was wrong. He started a game for Dallas.
Yeah, wasn't it one of those meaningless regular season wrap-up games? Yeah.
So he started a total of 8 games for the Niners.
Wow,
that's it.
I thought it was at least like 12.
Started 4 games, played in 8.
Oh wow, that's much worse.
That's even worse. And he went 2-2 as a starter. I mean, his completion percentage was awful. Per game, it's tough because he took knees in some of those games, so the numbers get thrown off. But 5 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, like not great. And then he has those games again. He had 1 start for Dallas and 1 start for the Chargers. And again, the numbers weren't great. 266 and 1 pick in 1 game, and then 226 and 1 pick in another. But in that, oh my God! So that game for the Chargers that he started, he was sacked 6 times. Jeez. And that game start for Dallas, he was sacked 4 times. So
I mean, once again, here's me making fun of the Fighting Harbaughs. for drafting 3, maybe 4 offensive linemen. You just laid out the logic of why they did it.
Yeah, they're like, well, even Trey Lance got murdered in the game he played for us. So, but yeah, I mean, kind of joking, kind of not. If he does become a free agent or under a new head coaching staff, maybe they're looking for a different quarterback. Not that just because your brother's playing for a team is the only reason you should get a roster spot, but I've always thought it to be cool when brothers play together.
So, we see that Brendan has revealed his true colors. Brother combination is fine. Father-son, he hates father-son duos.
Father-son duo. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, they're not playing together, 1. But 2, we don't need a quarterback. I will take it a step further, though. LeBron and Bronny both played serious playoff minutes last night. I was not a fan of that whole debacle a couple years ago where it was like, Bronny James's agent is calling teams saying, don't draft me because we want to go to the Lakers. Like, we won't, like, we're only going to play for the Lakers. It's cool that they play together. Bronny,
cool for them. I could care less. I wish the LeBron family would just
go away.
Move to it. Yeah, go away.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool for them. I think it was cool because it was the first time in NBA history that's ever happened. I think Bronny has NBA talent. I think it needs to be developed. I hated we just talked about the show of the NFL. I hated the show of all that. This is how it's going to happen. I'm also going to hate the LeBron retirement tour whenever it comes.
Yeah.
That's going to drive me nuts. Outside the fact I'm going to be able to sell my tickets in Charlotte for a good bit of money. That's the only happy part of that. It's going to drive me nuts. But
so if you're just joining us, we'll get you caught up on the international incident and the fact that Brendan hates father-son duos, right. Along with other things. But the Saints at 132 overall, with their first 4th round pick, picked Auburn guard Jeremiah Wright. With the second 4th round pick at 136 overall, just came off the board a few minutes ago. North Dakota State wide receiver Bryce Lance. I already keep wanting to call him Trey. Bryce Lance. So you get receiving depth. And you get specifically a right guard. Now, folks, I am not sitting here and going to pretend for 1 minute that a 4th round pick is about to take Cesar Ruiz's job. But I mean, we came into this draft. Very, very hopeful. But we came into this draft liking what the Saints did in free agency by picking up David Edwards, who is going to start at left guard, but still a little bit worried about the overall offensive line depth, and especially the quality of depth inside. Now they re-signed Dylan Radiance, who has starting experience at center and guard. I'll just leave it at he has starting experience. But now, now you add Wright, a player who started the majority of last season for Auburn, and I think that this is another 3 or 4 year guy, Brendan. So the Saints stick with their trend that they laid down last year with all of their draft picks, and all of their draft picks this year, at least 3 year contributors.
Yeah, I mean, and extend that out to, you were talking about the guard, but let's, also talk about Bryce Lance being a guy who was a multi-year contributor, but also the first in school history to have back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons. We talked about it earlier in the show. Character is definitely a big thing for this Saints regime, this current Saints regime, and this current Saints staff. I said culture is a buzzword, and I've started to hate it, but they really are trying to build a little bit more of a culture that was lost in those final Dennis Allen years. Very clearly, they're trying to rebuild. Hey, this is what this is what Saints football is. This is what the DNA of a New Orleans Saints player is going to be. It's going to be a guy who was a key contributor and a leader collegiately, and someone who's going to come in and have a lot of confidence in their abilities and be a true professional from day one, which, that's all that coach speak BS that we talk about. Let's just be honest. Everything I just said was coach speak. But that's what you want, right, in an organization. You don't want to draft a ton of guys that were one-year contributors. We talk about that a lot, and I know Alan talks about that a lot when we've had him on for the last few drafts, is the concern that you have when you draft a guy, particularly a quarterback, for example, that has like 12 starts. And you're like, well, that's not a big sample size. At least with these guys, you see a big sample size. You see who they are on and off the field. There's enough tape on them through, let's say 40 to 50 games. How do they react when they give up a big play? Like little things like that are huge, right? What is their reaction when they give up a big play? What is their reaction when they screw up? What's that next play look like after they give up a sack? What's that next play look like when they drop a pass in a key situation? Yeah. How do they pick themselves back up, or do they allow that to, overwhelm them and affect the rest of their game? So having all that sample and all that tape on guys is super helpful, and it shows you a lot about who they are as a football player. And I'm very impressed with the Saints' trust in what they've been able to do over the last two drafts. And like we mentioned last night, you're starting to see those fingerprints, right? You're seeing those Kellen Moore fingerprints all over this draft, and you're starting to be able to take that fingerprint and maybe find a little bit of DNA laying on the ground, and you'll be able to piece those together and say, this is what he wants. This is what Kellen Moore wants in a football player. And they're staying true to it.
Look at what they've lost in the locker room in the last few years. Teron Armstead, Ryan Ramczyk, Tyrann Mathieu, Demario Davis, potentially Cam Jordan. You need to replace the leadership on this team. Alvin Kamara, while he'll be a Saint in 2026, I think it's safe to assume that the end is closer than the beginning for Kamara. Same with Cam, even if he comes back. So last year you draft Tyler Shuck. And, Shuck, as you pointed out many times, he's the anti-Derek Carr, when it comes to just how he conducts himself in the, in the community, and just how he handles himself, seemingly, certainly for interviews, but seemingly in that huddle, and everything else. And you've had a coaching change, an entire regime, is out the door. So again, the types of players that they're bringing in, not just in the draft, but in free agency too. You're talking about David Edwards, a multi-year starter. When he was Travis Etienne, a multi-year starter and a team leader, even going back to his college days at Clemson. Noah Fant, kind of bounced around the league a little bit, two or three different teams, but he's bringing in a successful culture as well. So I think it's even reflective in the free agents that they have brought in to some extent.
I think you're right. I think the draft is a good way to analyze and get a feel for the direction a team wants to move. I think that is then amplified or magnified based off of the moves you make as a head coach in your first full off season, right? And that's what you were talking about with free agents. Just like college, when you have a ton of guys that were recruited by a different coach, you start seeing guys kind of sprinkle out after the first year or two. You're starting to see the Saints do that with guys that were Dennis Allen guys or Clint Kubiak guys. You're starting to see them kind of phase out, and Kellen Moore bring his own guys in. And I think that's, like I said, you're able to pick up some of those fingerprints and some of the DNA and put them together and say, this is what they want. And all these guys they've drafted check those boxes. Every guy that they've brought in free agency or even re-signed, like a John Ridgway, you can say those guys check those boxes of what this regime wants. And like I said before, you have to applaud them for staying true to that, right? There's a lot of times when you're a new head coach or a first-time head coach, sometimes you want to skip steps. And you just immediately want to get better, and you immediately want to put the best and most talented guys on the field, whether it fits your system or not, whether it's guys that, kind of fit that character that you want. You just want to be as competitive as possible right from the jump, right? And that's just the competitiveness of a human being, and that's certainly the competitiveness of a guy who just took over a franchise and might feel some early pressure to turn a franchise around. But I have to applaud Kellen Moore and the front office in – one, allowing him time to get his guys in the building, but two, staying true to what they've kind of mapped out from the jump. And, hey, we're going to take this slow. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to bring in our guys, and you're going to see the fruits of the labor, maybe not immediately, but over time. And I think that's how they ended last year, right? On that win streak before losing the last game of the season. You were starting to see some of the fruits of that labor, and then going into this offseason and going into next year with the guys that they've brought in through free agency and the draft, you're going to see more of the fruits of that labor. And like I said, I just have to applaud them for not doing something, I don't want to say dumb, but doing something to try to expedite the process when you don't have to, right? I think if they would have traded up in this draft, particularly in round 1 or round 2, and given up a ton of draft capital to do so, that's trying to expedite a process that you don't have to expedite. So I'm happy that they've done what they've done to this point. That doesn't mean I don't think they should trade, their 2 fifths or whatever the case may be if there's a guy that they want, but to not make an aggressive move in the first 2 rounds, I think speaks to how true they're trying to be about this process.
Yeah, and they should be applauded for their patience, and like you kind of said, they're allowing Kellen Moore to build his own team. They're giving him a chance for success, in other words. And a lot of teams, and we see it year after year after year with teams like the Raiders, the Cardinals, the Browns. They get off to the kind of start the horrendous start that the Saints got off to last year, and they hit the panic button. All of a sudden they're starting to trade away future assets. And I know the Saints traded Rashid Shaheed and Trevor Penning last year. Those were 2 players that were coming into contract years. They didn't trade building blocks like a Chris Olave, like a Brian Bresee, and in other words, they're rebuilding with a young core. They recognized that this was an aging team, and five straight years without a playoff berth. Again, a lot of different teams would have hit the panic button, when that happened, and make all kinds of not crazy trades, but trades that reek of desperation. When it came to the draft and things like that. We have to get this big name. We have to get that big name. We need to turn it around immediately, and they haven't done that.
Yeah. Interesting in the chat, just because it's a name that we haven't really brought up a whole lot lately. So shout out to Calvin bringing it up. Because we've talked about receiver. Obviously, the Saints drafted another receiver. A guy like Bub Means, who is going to be coming off of injury. All of a sudden, that wide receiver room, I don't want to say looks too crowded, because there's a lot of guys that are unproven and a lot of guys that are going to end up being project guys. What does a guy like Bub mean? How does he looking at going into next season, knowing that it's kind of a weird mix of like there is an opportunity to solidify yourself on a roster, but now there's a lot of guys kind of in the same boat as you that are also looking to solidify themselves, younger guys looking to solidify a roster spot.
Oh, right. And, we talked about it at running back with Devin Neal specifically. And Bub Means kind of a similar situation. 2 years ago, a 5th round pick, showed a little bit of promise with Spencer Rattler, and then was hurt all of last year. So very small sample size from Bub. Now I will say this: I'm rooting for the young man. In the few chances I've gotten to talk to him, seems like a great kid. But he was having a horrendous training camp before he got hurt. There was a lot of people saying he wouldn't even make last year's roster. So now the injury, while unfortunate on the field, it does give him the chance to hit the reset button. And now you bring in a Jalen Polk via trade last year, and Mason Tipton's coming back, and you signed, I forget his name, so I apologize. That kid that was an all-star in the CFL, and along with Lance. What you're doing, you're adding competition. This is not to say that Bub Means is on his way out the door, but with the wide receiver depth chart, at least how it looks right now, if Bub Means has a spot on the New Orleans Saints in 2026, it's because he damn well played well enough to earn that spot.
Yeah. It's crowded, and you're starting to see him dip a little bit on a projected depth chart. So we've talked about this, competition in training camp is always super important. It's also super important for younger guys. Because I think for younger guys, not a lot of times, but there's a handful of times you get drafted, you get in the league, maybe you have a little success, and then you get complacent. Continuing to bring guys into training camp to compete with you, it also brings out the best in you. Iron sharpens iron, ultimately, at the end of the day. Get you guys caught up a little bit. We are into round 5. Ramsey, the safety out of USC, goes to Houston. Carmona, offensive guard out of Arkansas, goes to the Tennessee Titans. Reggie Virgil, the receiver out of Texas Tech, goes to Arizona. Carolina is currently on the clock, and the Saints have the 10th pick of the 5th round. That is their first 5th round pick. Bob, I think it'd be good for the both of us after this 10th pick to at least grab some coffee. Not take a long break by any means, but refill on some coffee or caffeine, whatever you need. I know I need some. I don't know. Did you make a full pot or did you just make a single cup?
No, made a full pot.
How much of that pot did you drink?
I'm about to get the last cup out of it.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, after the 10th pick, you get that last bit of that out of the pot. I'll grab some sort of drink. I don't know if I need a whole nother double shot of espresso, but we'll see. If I come back and I'm just shaking on the air, you guys know espresso. So 5th round, this kind of gets that point in the draft where, as I was saying earlier, you're looking at depth at this point. Where can we improve our depth? Opposed to getting a guy that's going to make maybe an immediate impact. Xavier Harris is still on the board. It doesn't hurt to have another fat guy. Just be honest. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Garrett Nussmeier is still on the board. Apparently, I hate father-son duos. I still don't want that. But I'm going to be curious where he ends up going in the draft. Any names that jump out? You know what? I should stop myself. Singleton out of Penn State is a name that's going to jump out at you. I do think this is perhaps maybe not a prime position, but it is a good position to look at some running backs. If that's a position where you want to improve your depth, there's a lot of them still on the board. Sam Hecht, the center from Kansas State, going to the Carolina Panthers. Panthers making some upgrades to the offensive line. They drafted the tackle out of Georgia in the 1st round. But yeah, you could look at there. Charles Demings, the defensive back out of Stephen F. Austin, is still there. If you want to take another, that would be like your second straight pick of just taking a guy though that is going to be a developmental player. But you're kind of at that point in the draft where you can do that. You can afford to do that.
Well, yeah, and be a developmental guy that would have to contribute on special teams to make the roster.
Right.
But yeah, again, what I said about the Saints cornerback room, as we ended last night's coverage was it's pretty clear that the no matter how the rest of us feel about it, the Saints feel comfortable with the cornerbacks that they have on the roster right now. And the reason that I say that is because to me it's obvious. They've had a lot of opportunity to pick cornerbacks and bypass those chances. So if you do see a Charles Demings here, you could say, you know what, it's a mighty big step up in competition from Stephen F. Austin to the NFL, but he has some athletic traits. His style of play fits in with what Brandon Staley wants to do defensively. We'll grab him. And if he can contribute on special teams, he'll stick on a roster and be able to develop for us.
And again, that's kind of where you're at this point in the draft. Is you have the flexibility to take a guy and say, you know what, if I'm comfortable with the depth of this position, let me take a risk on a guy. We have a little flexibility. We don't need him to contribute right now. Clearly, that's what they did at receiver, right? With Lance, a guy that is going to take a little bit of time to develop. Or, maybe not. Maybe he just impresses everybody and just kills it from day one. But in theory, he's going to be a guy that's going to take a little bit of time to develop. He's going to have to contribute on special teams. But you have the flexibility to say, you know what, we can give him time. This isn't one of those situations where we desperately need someone at this position because the guys that you desperately needed at certain positions, hopefully, if you're a good franchise, you addressed in the first 2 rounds of the draft. And this is kind of where we are in round 5, is you can kind of fill out the rest of your roster. So I think the same goes for running back, like you said.
Yeah, if they draft a running back, it's not because they feel, hey, we need a running back. It's because they see a guy on the board. Hey, this is the type of back that Kellen Moore likes. That he feels like he's a fit for his system, and had some college productivity. And by the way, both Katron Allen and Nick Singleton were 4-year starters for Penn State, so that fits that profile too. But yeah, the Saints aren't just going to take a running back. Yeah, if they do draft a running back, they aren't just going to take a back to take a back. It's going to be somebody that they very specifically feel, hey, this is a fit for our system. With some skills that we feel that we can develop into maybe getting a draft steal.
Let's get you guys caught up. Barrett, the defensive tackle from South Carolina, goes to the Chargers. The Browns are on the clock. Their pick is in. It is Parker Brailsford, the center from Alabama. And now we're just a few picks away from the New Orleans Saints. If you were to ask me right now who I'd want the Saints to take, the 2 names that jump out at me on this board are the same 2 names that jumped out to me on the board the last time the Saints picked. Xavier Harris and Keith Abney II. Both guys that I think fit, and both guys that I think can give you some contributions from day one, but don't have a ton of pressure to be the guy or give you super serious contributions from day one. I think they can, kind of give you some snaps in different spots when necessary. But I think they both fit what you're wanting to do. I still think defensive tackle, even though, they got one of their guys in round 2. I still think defensive tackle and purely like nose tackle guys. There's not really anybody on this going into this draft. Was there really anyone on this roster that you comfortably were like, yep, that guy can play nose tackle for a 17-game season? Because for me, I didn't. I was like, I am not comfortable with any of these guys being your every down nose tackle for 17 games.
Yeah, my answer is the same, 100% no. I see why they re-signed Ridgeway. They like him in their interior rotation. Devon Godshaw can give you some snaps, but he's not that every down. He's not that consistent nose tackle. Vernon Brockton, as I've been telling people, I understand that he missed all of last year with an injury, and you don't exactly know what you have. And I also understand that the Saints like him because they picked him in the 3rd round. But he's also not a nose tackle. He's a Nathan Shepard, a Brian Brissy, an end kind of guy. If you were still playing a 4-3, a primary 4-3 front, then Brockton would be one of your tackles, as would Brissy, as would Shepard, but you're not. You're now playing a lot of three-man fronts, where your down lineman ends are bigger guys. That's why Brissy, Shepard were able to move out there. And that's why I think that, when Brockton is back on the field, that's where I think he's primarily going to be.
And he's an interesting one just because we didn't see anything last year. I would like to think that Broughton's going to be a guy who is able to come in, fight for a spot, contribute, be a rotational piece. But to your point too, like, they did draft him. Obviously they liked him or they wouldn't have drafted him, but it's not like they used like serious draft capital on him either. So things like that are going to be interesting to say the least. So I wouldn't be mad if they went back to the well at that position if you look at it that way.
Yeah, and if you get a guy like say Xavier Harris, and I do like him, or Rene Conga, from Louisville, who they had a couple pre-draft meetings with. Those are slightly different players than what Christian Miller is. Yes, they'll give you some nose tackle snaps, especially Conga, but Harris, for example, has the type of athleticism that you can move him outside and you can move him around a little bit. Just because if you double down on defensive linemen, Christian Miller is still projected to be your primary nose tackle, and they know that. That's why they drafted him in the second round. What you're now looking for is a guy that can give you some snaps in a rotation. Remember, folks, David Onyemata was the second defensive tackle drafted in 2016. They took Sheldon Rankins in the first round and then doubled down with Onyemata, a Canadian player. What was David, a late fourth round pick, if I'm not mistaken?
I don't remember. Might have been fifth.
Might have been. I can look that up real quick. A sidebar. Did you see Oscar Delp, the draft celebration video with him and his dog? What's up with Saints players the last 2 years and dogs and their draft reactions? We will, and I find that interesting. But what's more interesting, folks, is the Saints no longer have pick 150 overall. They have traded it to the Raiders. Wow, this is interesting. In exchange for pick 150 overall, the Saints get back a 7th round choice, 219 overall, and edge rusher Tyree Wilson, who was a top 5 pick just a couple of years ago.
Wow. All right. That is interesting.
So we're talking about a trade for Kayvon Thibodeau to fill up the edge spot. A former high round draft or high pick, and the Saints instead get Tyree Wilson, who I think was also, I know he was a top 5 pick, top 7 pick out of Texas Tech just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, 7th pick in 2023. He's had some injury history.
Mm-hmm.
But you're trading a 5th round pick for upside, essentially. I mean, we've talked about this, right? A lot today. Is, at this point in the draft, you're just looking for guys to fill the roster, that type of thing. These are the chances to take a swing at a guy. That's what we were talking about with the Tennessee corner earlier today. So how about the Saints taking a swing and getting a guy who was a top 10 talent just a few years ago in addressing a position of need?
Yeah, and that's why we were talking about the possibility of trading for Kayvon Thibodeau, because we mentioned, hey, the Saints bypassed edge rusher in round 1. round 2, round 3. And by the time we got to round 4, let's face reality, there really wasn't much left there. Now, they do get a player who was very highly regarded just a couple of years ago, for basically next to nothing. Because even though you gave up a 5th round pick, you still got a 7th round draft choice in return. Mm-hmm. And I don't have to remind many of you folks, Marcus Colston, Zach Strief, they were 7th round picks. So I mean, you get on paper an edge rusher to at least compete in the spot for your rotation. Hey, Tyree Wilson, this is a chance to revitalize your career. You still have 2023, 24, 25, 26. You're in the 4th year of a rookie contract. This is your chance to make some money if you finally play up to those draft expectations. So you're getting a player who you would think would be highly motivated to perform.
Yeah, he's been a guy that has not lived up to expectations. I do think it's interesting, or will be interesting to find out. Sometimes in these trades, certain teams eat certain parts of the salary. Because Wilson was such a high draft pick. You're looking at a 4-year, almost $28 million contract that was signed in 23. Last year, Wilson appeared in every game for the Raiders, only started 3 games, recorded 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. Just like a guy who, like I said, he had some injury issues from the jump. And just hasn't lived up to expectations. To your point, Bob, this gives you an opportunity to get a fresh start. You're still young, 25 years old, and see if you can earn a roster spot, because this has been something we've talked about with the Saints, where it's like, well, Granderson had a great start to last year and then fell off the edge of the world. Who's going to apply pressure on the other side of Chase Young? Does this affect anything with Cameron Jordan? I don't know. I don't think it would.
I don't think heavily, no.
So that's still an option too. But yeah, I mean, this is the equivalent of taking a guy in the 5th round and taking a swing on a guy. And like you said, Bob, it doesn't really cost you anything. You get a 7th back. So not too shabby of the Saints to get a guy that, like you said, I think a lot of people's attention was on Kayvon Thibodeau, and if the Saints were going to make a move there, and the last reports yesterday were that the Giants were not interested in moving him at this time, and so the Saints pivot and go a different direction and still get a guy who was a 1st-round talent, kick the tires on it, and see if they can, find something special there, because they haven't really found anything special the last few. More than the last few defensive end draft picks.
Right.
Do we want to go down that depressing road?
No.
Davenport, Turner, Isaiah Foskey. Where's Isaiah Foskey right now?
Well, I knew he was a backup with Chicago last year.
Oh, so he linked up with Dennis Allen. That makes sense.
Yeah, right. Shocking, right?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. All of our former players go to Denver or Chicago. But, well, with that, Bob, since we don't have the 10th pick of the 5th round, I think it's a good time to get your coffee refilled. I'm going to grab a quick drink, put the dishes in the sink. We'll be back here within like 5 minutes. Just take a quick break to, refresh ourselves a little bit. Make sure we look pretty, reapply makeup. I mean, what? I can't let our secrets out. Yeah, exactly. We will be back momentarily. Thanks so much so far for tuning in for the first 2.5 hours of day 3 of the 2026 Bayou Blitz Draft-A-THON. We'll be back in 5. Welcome back, Mr. Rose.
Howdy.
Howdy.
So whilst we were gone, Keith Abney came off the board to Detroit at pick 157. Justin Jolly came off the board at 152 to Denver. And we are waiting for the Chiefs pick at 161.
Emmett Johnson, running back, Nebraska.
To Kansas City?
Yes, sir.
It's a good pick. I like Emmett.
Like I said yesterday, I don't know what to make of Kansas City. A lot of the Kansas City fans I spoke to while I was in Missouri seemed very optimistic, but also understanding that the first, 6 games of the season are going to be really telling. If they just crap the bed and they're 1-5 through 6, maybe it is kind of a tank the season away and wait for Mahomes to get healthy. But that if they can just kind of hold on to being somewhat competitive and get Mahomes back for a playoff push, that's realistic too. So it's just gonna be really telling the first half of the season for them.
Yeah, and I have not heard, and admittedly don't pay attention to Patrick Mahomes or the Kansas City Chiefs, but I have not heard what his timetable is for recovery. I mean, I know the ACL happened within the last month of the year.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans are kind of confused as well on how long is it going to be before he comes back. And I think some of that is also it's also up in the air with how well they do. Do you rush him back? Do you not rush him back? And so I think a lot of people are in the mindset that he could play, maybe halfway through the season. But that if the team is doing well enough, maybe you kind of let him ease his way back in.
Mm-hmm.
But from what I've understood is that the halfway point is going to kind of be the marker for him. And that would put you at 10 months from the injury. And that's kind of the more of the modern turnaround time for those type of injuries now, which is incredible because it used to be a career ender to now.
Yeah.
But then it was a year and some change to now you could come back in 8 to 10 months.
Yeah.
Depending on how you rehab it. Modern medicine.
Right.
Before you know it, Bob, we're just going to be able to play football forever.
Well, then, I mean, we can dust off some of our friends, Tyrone Hughes, Courtney Roby, Jim Everett, among several others, Mike Lewis, Delvin Bro. We can get all them back on the field, maybe on the same team. We'll start our own league.
The retired and the unretired retireds with injuries to multiple parts of the body that are magically healed.
All right, so the Ravens, right? The Ravens at 162 of the 5th round go cornerback Chandler Rivers from Duke. That puts us 10 picks away from the Saints, currently sitting at 172 overall, the 32nd choice of the 5th round. And yeah, as you would expect by this point in the draft, the big board, the original big board, is kind of blown up. Running back, there's still a lot of names though. The Penn State duo, Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, Indiana, Roman Hemby, Virginia, Jamari Taylor, Desmond Claiborne from Wake Forest, Le'Veon Moss from Texas A&M, and a couple dark horses that I don't expect will get drafted. Robert Henry from Texas San Antonio and Desmond Reed from Pitt. Charles Demings, who I was just about to mention at cornerback, comes to 163 with the Minnesota Vikings. So he is off the board, which officially ends my cornerback big board that I had from the start of 25 corners. I take that back. There's one left.
Devin Marshall.
Devin Marshall. I swear to God, I might be the only guy in the nation who's talking about this young man. Off-ball linebacker, you still have Harold Perkins, Aiden Fisher, Tarian York from Texas A&M, Drew Watts from Memphis. If you're hanging on to that slim hope that the Saints will draft an edge rusher, Mikhail Kamara from Indiana. You still got our guy, Xavier Harris, the Ole Miss defensive tackle, as well as Louisville defensive tackle Renee Conga. Mentioned running backs.
If they take another receiver, but Deion Burks is still there too.
Deion Burks is still there, as is Trey Wallace, Eric McAllister, Josh Cameron from Baylor. But no, I agree with you. I can't see them. Maybe bring in one or two as undrafted, but I can't see them drafting another one.
They always do bring in like one or two undrafted, so that wouldn't surprise.
And you know what? It's paid off too, so you can't argue with that logic.
One of my favorite Saints of all time. I haven't brought up his name this whole show, this whole draft-a-thon is Keith Kirkwood, was an undrafted free agent pickup by the Saints however many years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, we often talk about when we talk about the undrafted successes the Saints have had, especially at wide receiver. Lance Moore, Willie Snead come to mind first, as they should. Even though they were technically originally signed by other teams before the Saints got them. But I mean, even if you look at Rashid Shaheed, obviously a great deal of success. Same thing with Deontay Harris. But the contributions that a Keith Kirkwood made, that a Brandon Coleman made, that a Marquez Callaway made,
Austin
Carr. I mean, these guys, when you talk about their career now, a lot of Saints fans will be like, well, they did nothing. They were only with the team for 2 years or whatever. Made like 18 catches. But you're still talking about an undrafted guy that was able to fill out a depth chart, that was able to make a team, and contribute. And those are just the statistical contributions. Kirkwood played well on special teams. Callaway started out on special teams. Brandon Coleman, who I'm convinced would have been a draft choice. Had it not been for a knee injury he'd suffered, at Rutgers. So, I mean, if you get an undrafted contributor to pull in like 20, 25 balls or legitimately make your roster for a couple years in a row, then as far as I'm concerned, you've won out.
Absolutely. And Coleman made the roster like 3 or 4 years in a row just because of his ability to block. And I remember Sean Payton used to rave about Coleman's ability to block at the receiver position, which was big. And I mean, he was a big guy, 6'6". But all those guys had contributed. I mean, look at was it the 18 or the 19 season? Maybe I think it was the 18 season. Like Austin Carr, Keith Kirk, like there were games that those guys were your like third and fourth receivers. So they were the second and third receivers because of injury. You had that infamous game by Drew Brees where he hits 4 or 5 different undrafted free agents for touchdowns. And I know Carr and Kirkwood were both in that game. Like at the end of the day, like they were given opportunities, they stepped up and made plays. And like you said, I mean, looking back at the statistics, like I know there's an equivalent, but there's a game called Hoop Grids. It's for the NBA. It's like a grid, and you have to fill in the grid. It's like a tic-tac-toe board. There's an equivalent for the NFL. I don't know what it's called, but like, you know, the Austin Cars, the Keith Kirkwoods, those are great names for those grid games, right? But those are guys that realistically made contributions. I mean, look, if you really want to go that far in terms of like how NFL fans think, like our guy and the guy behind me, Delvin Bro, like you're gonna look at that statistical career and be like, okay, like he contributed for one full healthy season, and then some spot play in the second season, and then didn't play at all in his third year because of injury. But that doesn't say the contributions that he made on the field, off the field, and that spark of hope we had that we'd found a shutdown corner, right? Stuff like that happens, but
I was randomly thinking about Delvin the other day, and he's another player, who's a legitimate friend of both Brendan and myself. But it hit me, and I remember having a conversation with Delvin before. I think it might have been on the air with you and I. It's a shame that he did break his leg. Nick Singleton just went 165 overall to the Tennessee Titans. This is actually where I projected Singleton would fall, somewhere around. I know I had him in the 6th round in my mock draft, but realistically, I was thinking, him and or Katron Allen would be anywhere from 4th to 5th round. Anyway, back to Delvin. I remember having a conversation with him. Hey, it's a shame, that you broke your leg and had the complications from that. That set you back. Otherwise, you still would have been on the team in 2017 when they drafted Marshawn Lattimore. Mm-hmm. And my random thought was, and I was just outside smoking on the deck when this all of a sudden just popped into my head. I'm like, if Delvin's on that team in 2017, he's the one in coverage on Stephon Diggs, not Ken Crawley. And I guarantee you that pass gets broken. I promise you with every fiber of my being that pass gets broken up by Delvin, and the Saints move on to the conference championship game.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's unfortunate too, because he was technically on the team in 17.
Right.
Technically. But was placed on IR like very early in that process, and relationships with certain people were not good at that point. But it was on a show because he talked about that, is that he was a part of the team when that draft class came in, and knowing how special that draft class was, just being in the locker room with those guys. I mean, it's a shame, right? Like I even think back to, but like pre-Marshawn Lattimore, like, you had the Keenan Lewis years, and I was like, It's a real shame we didn't get to see that one through with 2 Louisiana boys. Being on both sides. Like, there would have been a lot of storylines there. It just wasn't meant to be. I mean, look, he ended up having a stellar career in Canada, went back to Canada, continued to have a stellar career. Unfortunately, and I'm sure he'd be the first one to tell you too, like, unfortunately, the Ticats never got the Grey Cup while he was there. They got really friggin' close a couple of times. But he's an all-decade team member in Canada, and I think because of that, you're going to have a real case for him to be a CFL Hall of Famer, considering he was an all-decade team member. So, just unfortunate it didn't work out because of injury in New Orleans. But we always have 2015. We'll always have 2015. 2015 Delvin Bro was as good as some of those lockdown Lattimore years. Having both of them would have been huge. He probably doesn't know this, but he had a killer Ultimate Team card on Madden that year too. Stellar Ultimate Team player.
I actually had that game, and I remember that. I'd completely forgotten.
He got a great Ultimate Team card. You know who got a great Ultimate Team card yesterday? I don't play Ultimate Team anymore. I don't have the time. Will Clapp got like a Legends or Legacy card yesterday. like 2 different versions. It's like a 99 overall. I'm like, hell yeah, Will Clapp. I don't know why.
And
Hell yeah.
and that, folks, is why we make fun of people who base their real life football decisions on Madden.
Yeah, right. Well, Will Clapp had a killer 99 overall card. And you're like, yeah, like Will Clapp had a good NFL career, but 99 overall is a little bit of a stretch. But yeah. But anyway, I mean, and that's another undrafted free agent, given kind of different, and he had a very unique path to the NFL. But another undrafted free agent that ended up producing. So, no, I mean, those guys are super valuable end of draft guys. I mean, we talk about it ad nauseum throughout the year. So let's see who got picked during that little rant. Linebacker out of Arizona State went to Chicago. Buffalo on the clock, and we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks away from New Orleans, and then New Orleans won't pick again until the 7th round if they use that pick. Do we want to talk a little bit more of Tyree Wilson, or do you want to save that for Wednesday?
I definitely want to save the bulk of it until Wednesday.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it's worth pointing out that people, and myself included, that wanted the Saints to draft an edge rusher. You essentially did. I mean, what if you're going to draft an edge rusher with your 5th round pick? What realistically are you going to get? And we just ran down the players, and on my board, Kamara out of Indiana, who I really like, by the way, limited, but a high effort player, good motor, good motor, good bend around the edge, just not a lot of fluid athleticism. Well, Tyree Wilson is just the opposite. I mean, he came into the 2023 draft, with basically the entire world, is so excited over the speed and athleticism that he was bringing off of the edge. Again, you look at what the Saints had drafted up to that point. Okay, they went wide receiver over edge rusher in the 1st round. That's splitting hairs if you disagree with that. I made my case for an edge rusher at the time, but I completely understood the logic for wide receiver. Defensive nose tackle in the 2nd round. You watch this run defense the last couple of years. How are you going to argue with that logic? The Oscar Delp pick, not the player, but the pick, given your needs and what was left on the board, that's where I would have went edge rusher or cornerback. But they went Delp, and again, I see their lie. Personally, don't necessarily agree with it, but it gives you a deeper tight end room, a lot more flexibility on offense. 4th round, you go guard Jeremiah Wright. Who's going to argue with that if you've seen the interior offensive line the last couple years? 2nd, 4th rounder Bryce Lance. We talked about why I expected them to double dip at wide receiver and what Lance brings to the roster. So, I mean, you can make a strong case for why they did what they did basically in every single round. And okay, you still have an edge rusher, and you still have cornerback. Well, what do? You trade, instead of drafting an edge rusher, with perhaps an undrafted grade on him, you trade for a guy who's trying to revive his career, still extremely young, still on his 1st contract. So honestly, I like the deal.
It makes a lot of sense. I kind of said it before we hopped off for 10 minutes to, put our makeup back on. I let the dogs out. I don't know if you took your dogs out or not, but
I should have, but I did not.
Yeah, well, it's tough. Your dogs are. My dogs are crazy. Your dogs are crazy. So it's sometimes it's not that easy to get them outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
But before we went, I said, you got to look at it this way. We've talked all day about round 3 being this opportunity to kind of take swings on guys. And essentially that's what you did, as opposed to drafting a guy in the 5th round. You took a swing on a guy who had a 1st round grade or a 1st round talent. and see if you can revitalize his career. I mean, given it was late last year, they were playing the Chiefs because the Chiefs didn't have Mahomes, the Raiders weren't playing for anything. He had a stellar day. He had a safety, he forced a fumble. I think he had a sack or two in that game. The safety was for sure a sack. Again, I know it's against backups, but like you look at tape like that, and like you just said, the ability to be explosive off the line, his ability to dip his shoulder and get around offensive tackles, like you still see it. You're like, man, he's only 25 years old. You're not expecting this guy to come in and just be like this ultra disruptor. But God, if you can get 4 or 5 sacks a year out of that guy, right? And you traded a 5th round pick for him and got a 7th back. So really, like if you want to sit there and girl math it, you traded a 6th round pick for him, right? And you get a guy who might give you 5 sacks and be a guy who's going to be in some of your NASCAR packages, right, on 3rd down, in obvious passing situations. I mean, hell, why not?
Well, look
talented.
Right. Look at the production that Carl Granderson typically gives the Saints. And, that's 6 to 8 sacks a year pretty consistently, right?
Mm-hmm.
But our major complaint about Granderson is while improved against the run, it's still a weak spot of his game, and he disappears for long stretches. Mm-hmm. In other words, that isn't what you want. Yeah,
not like a single game, but like games.
Right, and that's what I should have been more specific. By long stretches, I don't mean plays or quarters, or games, weeks. So that's not the kind of production that you want out of a starter.
Yep.
And now you bring in Tyree Wilson, and what'd you say he had last year? 4 sacks.
4 sacks.
You give me 4 or 5 sacks on top of Granderson's 6 or 7 sacks. That's pretty decent production for a duo on one edge when you have your featured defender on the other side with Chase Young.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, that's all you want, right? If you can essentially turn a 6th round pick into a guy who gives you 5-6 sacks a year, handful of pressures, you're good. I mean, we have taken way too many swings and misses on defensive ends in round 1, round 2, trying to revitalize careers, bring guys in, and it just doesn't work. At least in this one, you're taking a swing and a miss with a 6th round pick, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
if you're sitting here, I'm looking. You're just for you, because I know it's going to bother you. Here, just sitting on my desk as I was organizing stuff. Like it's at least it's not that. At least you're not spending a 2nd round pick on an Isaiah Foskey who did he record a sack as a Saint? No. So
no. So no sacks, no tackles for loss.
Autographed rookie card's probably worth like a couple $100, right? I'm gonna have to pay someone a couple $100 to take it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like at least you're not spending a 2nd round pick on that, right? Like, it's a good trade.
Yeah, and again, it's a low risk, high reward situation. If he revitalizes his career, maybe you can do a Chase Young and get him re-signed to like a 3-year extension. If he doesn't, it's a mid hit on your salary cap for 1 year, and then he hits free agency. No harm, no foul. You go back to the drawing board. And I still think that the team should, and it feels like probably will, bring back Cam Jordan. So, and now you're using a Tyree Wilson to spell Cam to reduce his snap count, and you are able to move Carl Granderson around the formation. You're able to move Caden Ellis over to the edge in some situations. Yeah, I'm with you. I see no harm in this trade whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I think it's a it's almost a no risk. It's not even low risk. It's almost no risk. That Week 18 game I was talking about, 5 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and a safety. Again, I know it was against backups, but you did that in an NFL game. Your last NFL game that you played in. So, again, I'm not expecting this guy to come light the world on fire, but you give me a couple sacks a year, give me some pressures, just give me production, and you win. You win that trade 100%. Unless the Raiders, the pick that the Raiders used is just going to end up being like a stud, which let me see who that pick ended up being.
Safety, hold on. Safety Dalton Johnson from Arizona.
Okay, well, there you go. So unless Dalton Johnson ends up being like the next Ed Reed, I think we're going to be okay. Saints are on the clock at 172. Go over some options here. Xavier Harris is still there. Harold Perkins Jr. is available. Deontay Lawson, linebacker out of Alabama. Got some of the running backs. Claiborne's there. Adam Randall out of Clemson, who I believe switched positions.
I think he did.
Right, he was a receiver. Yeah, he switched over. He's a big running back. He's 6'3".
Devin Marshall.
Yeah, you have a lot of different ways you could go.
You know what? I would not be surprised at all if this pick were Deshaun Singleton, a safety from Nebraska. That's a kid that moved around the Cornhuskers secondary a lot. Even used in slot coverage. Not a great cover guy, but also the kind of guy. I mean, he plays with his hair on fire. So maybe a special teams gunner. Which if you get that in the late 5th round, JT Gray put together a pretty damn good career that way. If I'm throwing specific names out there, Deshaun Singleton is a kid I know for a fact that they had a pre-draft visit with, and is still there. We kept talking about cornerback. Singleton is listed as a safety, but again, if he makes your team and can contribute as a defender, even if you don't use him in slot coverage, you can move Julian Blackman down into the slot a little bit more. And neither is Alontae Taylor, but it still gives you an option back there in the defensive backfield.
Let's see if I have the pick. The pick is in. Don't quite have the pick yet.
Now, the last 3 picks off the board have been defensive backs too, by the way.
Seeing a little run. Let's see who the Saints select. They are using the pick. Like I said, I don't know if they're going to use the 7th round pick. Lorenzo Styles Jr., safety, Ohio State. So Bob was on to something when he said defensive backfield. Just not the guy he probably thought.
Brother of Sonny Styles, if I'm not mistaken.
That would make sense. And it's again, this has been a theme, right? Senior. 2 full years as a starter.
On a really good Buckeyes defense, too, by the way.
He ran a sub 4.5 in the 40. Good size, 6'1", about 200 pounds. No interceptions in his college career. That is maybe a knock if you want to find one.
Yeah, the last couple safeties that New Orleans has drafted have not shown great ball skills.
No.
Sanker comes to mind immediately, although he had a couple picks last year. And again, you draft a defensive back at this range of the draft. You're looking at him as being a really aggressive player who is going to contribute on special teams for you. So Styles isn't particularly big. Well, on NFL Network, the former wide receiver, speed, special teams demon. So there you go.
Yeah, 4.27 40. So yeah. But yeah, another 4-year college guy, switched positions. Brother Sonny Styles was the 7th overall pick. Styles originally at Notre Dame, so transferred to Ohio State. And
what year? Sorry to interrupt you. What years was he at Notre Dame?
2020. I just had it. I just lost it. I apologize. One moment. Computer load. It looks like his last 3 years were at Ohio State. So that would mean what? 22 would have been his year at Notre Dame.
Okay. I think by that point, Terry Joseph, the Saints defensive game passing coordinator, Terry Joseph was at Notre Dame, then at Texas before he came to New Orleans. I think Joseph was at Texas by 2022, but he would have been there for the recruiting of Lorenzo Styles too. So if my timeline is right, then there's a relationship there.
The other thing too is he did return the ball a little bit for Ohio State with that speed that makes sense. So there you have it. Fast guy. Very, very quick. Yes, it would have been 2022.
Okay.
He actually had a catch against Ohio State in 2022. That's funny.
All right, so so he wasn't necessarily recruited as a defensive back. No, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how big a role Terry Joseph would have actually played in recruiting him.
You want to know what his RAS score is?
Sure.
We haven't talked about that. This whole what a world we live in. We haven't talked about RAS score. That was such a big thing for Sean Payton, wasn't it?
It was a deal breaker for Sean Payton, and infuriated. While it's a factor, but my God, that infuriated me.
So his RAS score is a 9.99 out of 10.
All right. So in other words, she's a Sean Payton pick.
He is a Sean Payton pick. But yeah, return ability. They're showing some highlights from his time at Ohio State. But yeah, made the switch when he transferred from Notre Dame to Ohio State. Spent 3 years at Ohio State and was a starter his last 2.
Well, I mean, if I'm a mid-range receiver and I'm transferring to Ohio State, I'm looking to switch positions too because I ain't gonna get on the field otherwise.
Yeah, you're not playing. And a lot of people said he took noticeable steps from a year ago as a defender. But this, as you said, seems very much like a special teams pick.
Mm-hmm. Which, especially last year, but even looking back, 2 years ago, special teams coverage has been disintegrating for the Saints. So, if Lorenzo Styles can work out a role that way, I'm happy with the pick.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're even showing some of his receiver highlight. Damn, that dude's quick. That's kind of isn't it funny to show highlights of a guy at two different schools playing two completely different sides of the football?
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen that. I don't know if I've had a pick like that we've had to analyze, but yeah. He's quick. So even if he can get it, even if he could find the field as a return man, remember, and the Saints have done a good job with return guys, right? Obviously, Shaheed before the trade, Deontay Hardy, Harris was another stellar return man. And we really missed that after Shaheed was traded. They didn't really have an answer as a steady return man. So even if you get a guy who can be a gunner, and potentially compete to be your kickoff or punt returner, I think it's a fine pick in the late fifth round.
Well, and listen, our friend Tyrone Hughes was a 5th round pick.
Yep.
Back in '93. Now, less teams, no compensatory selection, so that probably translates to a 3rd round, maybe a late 3rd round pick to today's standards. But Tyrone started his career at Nebraska as a wide receiver. Really didn't convert to defensive back until very late in his college career. And as Ty has said on the air with us, there was still a question, coming into the draft at which position he was going to be drafted at. And while he was a good cornerback for the Saints, he was an all-time great as a returner. Courtney Roby. Yes, listed as a wide receiver. I wish Courtney would have gotten more of a opportunity to be a wide receiver in the NFL. But for the Saints, you can make an argument that Courtney was one of the better special teams players this team has had in their history. Terrific gunner, and both on punts and kickoff coverage. And if you recall, Roby had a big return in the NFC Championship game against the Vikings, to set up a score and thusly help the Saints get to a Super Bowl. He was the team's special teams MVP that year. If a team is making picks at this stage in the draft with an eye on bolstering your special teams first, and hopefully you're going to get a contribution either on the offensive or defensive side, you can make a lot of logic for that pick.
Absolutely. Love to pick one of those guys' brains here later today as well. Interesting pick on the board. Adam Randall, the 6'3" running back from Clemson, weighs 232, selected by the Baltimore Ravens. Sounds kind of Henry-ish in terms of size. So interesting pick just because of that alone. Just being a bigger running back. He was a guy we were just talking about Styles being a guy who converted from wide receiver. Adam Randall did as well as a receiver at Clemson before making the switch over to running back. What does that tell you? Does that tell you the hands weren't that good, or the speed? I don't know what that tells you, but maybe it might be just Clemson going, we need to do something to start winning football games.
Yeah. Well, and Adam Randall comes off the board. We're still in the 5th round. Yeah.
At the end of it, but we're
Katron Allen, Roman Hemby, Jamari Taylor, Demond Claiborne, Le'Veon Moss, all still there. I mentioned I like Desmond Reed from Pitt a lot. Tiny guy. I mean tiny. But I don't think he gets drafted. Robert Henry from Texas San Antonio, another guy that might not get drafted. Probably. Probably. Brett is actually born and raised in Butler, PA, about a half an hour, 45 minutes north of where we're at here in Pittsburgh.
So Brett Michaels is on stage with Wiz Khalifa. I get the Pittsburgh connection, but other than that, very different styles of music,
to say the least.
Wiz Khalifa, fun fact, guys, because you guys love hearing about our lives on this wildly couple days. Wiz Khalifa was my first concert. I was 13 or 14, and
Really?
yeah, my aunt had she was working the concert, like scanning tickets and stuff, and she said, "Well, look, if you scan tickets, we'll put you up in a suite with the
Nice.
workers after." So that was my first concert at Monmouth University in New Jersey. They played the gym. He wasn't big yet. He was playing the gym in Monmouth.
Wow.
I got to sit up in the suite, and one of the cooler parts of sitting in that suite, on the wall in that suite was a Miles Austin Pro Bowl jersey. Miles Austin played at Monmouth. For those of you guys who remember the 1 or 2 stellar years that Miles Austin had for the Cowboys. So yeah, that was pretty cool. But Wiz Khalifa, that was not what I expected to see Bret Michaels and Wiz Khalifa on stage together at the NFL draft. Sounds like something you dream up after you've been at a Wiz Khalifa concert. If you guys catch my drift. All right, the Raiders go defensive back. And the Saints don't pick for another. I don't know how long until the Saints pick again.
Hold on.
3rd pick of the 7th round.
No, they've still got their 6th round. 190 overall.
I thought they traded their. Oh no, you're right, because they traded 150. You're right.
Yes.
I was like, whoa, wait a minute. No, you're right. I confused myself by saying they essentially traded a 6th round pick. That's what I did, because they traded a 5th for a 7th and Tyree. So in my mind, I was like, oh, they traded a 6th.
Yeah, Sean Payton did this to us, I think, 2 different years. We thought, we thought we had a red line for the end of our day and our draft coverage, because folks, I mean, we're highly unlikely to stay until the end of the draft itself. But then Sean Payton, 2 different years, Sean Payton swung a deal to get back into the 7th round.
Yeah. We're scrambling to get back on the air.
Yeah, one of those picks was the infamous Tommy Stevens.
Oh God, Tommy Stevens.
He'd been in the news for other reasons lately, but we won't get into that.
Look, I wasn't gonna say it. You said it. I was not.
Listen, I'm not
touch that.
And I'm not going to get into specifics. The only thing that I will say is that Tommy Stevens has been in the news recently.
Okay. I wasn't going anywhere close to that. You did. Kind of.
Kind of.
You might have dipped the pinky toe in the water.
Right. It was lava hot, so I decided not to get in.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't even get to the pool. I didn't leave the condo. Like I'm still in the condo. I'm not even looking at it. Calvin said, "Is there any news on Xavier Harris? Did he rob a bank or something? Like what the hell is going on?"
No, you know what, Calvin? He's extremely raw, undisciplined. He's athletic enough to make a lot of plays in space, and we saw that at Ole Miss. But his discipline and overall awareness was a big question coming into this draft. So I would not be surprised if Xavier Harris went undrafted altogether.
Well, the other thing too is how many teams run a scheme that he's actually going to be able to play in.
Right.
That's another part of it too. So there's only a handful of true options for him. I think that needs to be mentioned as well. Is there anybody else that's really slid far in this that we're surprised about? Nussmeier, maybe.
Yeah, we haven't talked quarterbacks in what feels like a couple hours. But yeah, I mean, Nussmeier about to go into the 6th round.
Could Miami take him here?
Miami could.
Who did Miami take? Did they take somebody?
I don't know. I'm looking. I got NFL Network coverage on, and the Chiefs are picking at 176 overall, still in the 5th round.
Receiver out of Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah, Cyrus Allen. I did see that. Good pick for them, actually.
No, they're actually talking about Nussmeier on ESPN right now. The Dolphins have not taken
I believe it. Well, they think they have their answer in Malik Willis. Apparently, they needed to watch the Bayou Blitz draft coverage a couple years ago to know that was a bad deal. But hey,
look, I liked him as a prospect coming out.
You did.
I remember him sliding to the third and being surprised. Not because I thought he was a first or second round talent, but just because you get teams that get desperate. And that was one of those drafts where there was not like a clear, concise, like these are your top 2 quarterbacks. It was kind of like you could probably throw like 5 names in there and you get a couple different answers on who you thought was the better quarterback. So I was surprised he fell to the third. I mean, he's had moments, right? And he played well enough for Green Bay to stay competitive when Love was hurt, but not well enough to get a contract like that.
No, I mean that tells you how desperate the quarterback market is. And again, makes us so thankful, that we don't even really have to talk seriously about it this year, because the Saints look like they hit the nail on the head with Tyler Shuck last year. Now he has to follow through with a good season this year, obviously. New Orleans has helped him out by giving him weapons. You gave him Achane. You helped fortify the line up front with Edwards and free agency, and now presumably Jeremiah Wright in the 4th round. And then you gave him 2 tight ends, Noah Fant in free agency, Oscar Delp in the draft, and obviously the crown jewel of their draft, at least they hope so. The wideout Jordan Tyson, along with now I wanted to call him Bryce Young, along with Bryce Lance. Let's just get it over with. I'm just going to start calling Bryce Lance Trey Young.
Trey Young. So we threw
Trey Young.
Name in there. Nussmeier's off the Nussmeier's not off the board. I apologize. It is Kevin Coleman Jr. Why would you do that? Why would you throw Kevin Coleman Jr.'s name on the bottom and start playing Nussmeier highlights? Like that's extremely
oh my god, and disrespectful.
Yeah, like give me Kevin Coleman highlights. That was confusing. They're still talking Nussmeier though.
We were talking last night with Alan Ulrich about one of us, I think it was Alan, threw up the possibility, hey, if Nussmeier goes undrafted, if you're Doug, his dad, do you talk with Alan? Do you talk with Kellen Moore about do you talk with Kellen Moore about maybe bringing him in for a tryout? And we debated about it a little bit, but we all 3 consensusly agreed, there's no way Garrett Nussmeier goes undrafted. We talked about the possibility of a Clay Klubnik going undrafted. Of course, he came out in the 4th round, and here we are, Garrett Nussmeier still sitting there.
Yeah, he'll be a 6th or 7th round pick at this point. Man, if he were to go undrafted, I mean, I think you could make the case like, well, do you need a practice squad quarterback? Like that kind of thing. But kind of odd. Libby asked, did Miami take a quarterback? Yes or no? Miami is not taking a quarterback. I had to double check myself because I thought they did too, and I was like, no, they didn't.
No, they picked a couple receivers, but went a little bit heavier on the defensive side.
Because I guess they're guaranteeing Malik Willis like almost $50 million,
right?
Which I want to go back to that. Is you said like the quarterback market is desperate, and you're accurate. And I think the ironic thing is we all knew someone was going to overpay Malik Willis. Malik Willis is probably sitting there licking his chops. His agent's licking his chops. They're ready to go, and we all knew somebody was going to overpay. We say, oh yeah, that's a big overpay. We don't know if there was a team that offered him more money. Maybe just like, hey, I could live in Miami. Well, this is going to sound stupid, but I mean, these are the things that go into conversations with negotiating is you're living in Florida, so there's no tax, right? So was there a bigger offer, but you took the lower offer to live in Miami, so you're not taxed on your pay? Perhaps. Do you like the situation in Miami better? Perhaps. Do you like the weather in Miami better? Perhaps. Like there's things like that. Was there somebody else that was just like, hey, we're gonna guarantee you $55 million, $60 million? And Malik was like, well, I'd rather live in Miami and not get taxed than go play for New York, be cold, and play for a miserable franchise, right? Like there are things like that. Somebody is going to overpay, and that's not going to be something that we see a whole lot, like very often, where dudes are overpaying like guys who have 6 NFL starts. The only other one that really comes to mind is Flynn when he left Green Bay and got paid by Seattle off of one game, essentially. You don't see things like that happen a whole lot, but every decade or so, you just see a string of dudes who get like the quarterback position who get overpaid a dumb amount of money.
Do you see back? Yeah, staying on the quarterback market. Yeah, we've seen Carson Beck go in the 3rd to Arizona, first pick of the 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. Drew Aller go in the 3rd to Pittsburgh, and Cade Klubnik go in the 4th to the Jets. Those were the 3 possible teams that I saw might have interest in a Derek Carr. Is the well, I mean, you look at the Steelers. What if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back? We feel like we have a playoff contending roster. Arizona and the Jets are always in need of quarterback. Do you see any market for either Derek Carr or Spencer Rattler right now?
Real quick, Cole Payton, North Dakota State, goes off
to the Eagles.
The Eagles. Just to throw that out there. I think the Spencer Rattler is going to be more likely that somebody just wants a backup or wants a guy. Like it's kind of hard now because Kirk Cousins is there, but you think about who drafted who. You start playing that game and you're like, oh, Kubiak did draft Spencer Rattler.
True.
So, you look at those situations like maybe. I think Derek Carr is more likely to happen if he stays in shape, A, but B, if someone gets hurt during the year.
Yep. I'll agree with that. That's actually why I asked the question. Because
I don't see someone this offseason being like, yeah, let's go before training camp and trade for Derek Carr. I don't think there's a team where it fits because the other thing you have to remember, Carr's not coming out of retirement to go play for a scrub franchise.
I think he might if he started, but there's certainly no market for that now.
I think it has to be a team that's at least a playoff team, and a quarterback gets hurt. Because
you look at Miami, and while there should be a major question on whether Malik Willis is the answer, he's still a young, relatively unproven quarterback.
6 career.
So you're not going to bring in a Derek Carr in that situation. You're not going to bring in a Derek Carr to Pittsburgh. Say Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, and I still think he will, but say he doesn't. You're not going to bring Derek Carr into a quarterback room with Drew Aller, Will Howard, and Mason Rudolph. I still think the Jets are a possibility. Yeah, I know Geno Smith is there, but I put at their best, I put Geno Smith and Derek Carr on a pretty level playing field. So, if you're the Jets and you're like, we don't think Geno is our long-term answer, and nor would Derek Carr be, but could Derek Carr help us win games more so than what Geno Smith could?
See, I think that's a potential if Geno were to get hurt.
Yeah.
Which I don't wish that upon anyone, obviously. And I have more faith in Geno Smith than the average human being. Like I think Geno gets a lot of unnecessary hate He's an average NFL quarterback who's had some really good years and has had some really, really bad years. But he's a name in the hat guy, right? Derek Carr at this point's a name in the hat guy.
Yeah,
I just don't see a market for him. And to be honest, and I don't think we've talked about this enough, is the breakup with New Orleans was pretty public.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much that affects teams looking at Derek Carr going, that New Orleans breakup was pretty nasty. And some of the things that were coming out of the Saints locker room, some of the rumors we were hearing, if we're hearing them, obviously other GMs are hearing them and other front offices. I don't know how many other front offices are like, I don't know if I really want to, even for a year, like, do we really want to do that for a year or two? If he was this much of a locker room issue, if he butted heads with this many people, I don't know. So I think that's on the table too. I think, like I said, I think Rattler would be more likely of the two. I still don't see it happening.
I don't think the Saints have any interest in trading Spencer Rattler. I think that they brought Zach Wilson in to compete for the backup spot, and Rattler's going to go into camp with the advantage, having and working with Tyler Shuck and working with Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier. I honestly don't see Zach Wilson making the team. Certainly not the active roster. Might be the kind of guy that you cut at the end of training camp. Now, if Zach Wilson outperforms Spencer Rattler, then obviously he wins the job. But it would have to be very clear that he outperformed him. But I see Zach more as getting released, as the kind of guy he's going to get released at the end of camp. Nobody picks him up. You bring him back for the practice squad in case you need somebody in an emergency.
Yeah, and I guess he could be the emergency third quarterback the whole year if you needed him to be.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't even know if that happens. I think selfishly, I think that he would end up getting cut. Another veteran quarterback would get cut, and you would go with that veteran quarterback to be the emergency third quarterback for the year. Whomever that may be. I don't really have a name off the top of my mind.
Right.
There are guys that have worked with Kellen Moore that may get cut, or maybe you trade Zach Wilson for, or maybe you trade a pick for, whatever the case may be. Epiphany. I'm gonna have to go back and look. Was Kellen Moore with the Cowboys when Trey Lance was a Cowboy?
No, almost positive he was not.
They did not overlap for a season?
No, because Kellen ended up with the Chargers.
That's right.
For a year before he won his Super Bowl with the Eagles. Philly. And I think that was when Trey Lance was with the Cowboys.
I'm still going to look it up because I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm
Epiphany. But we were talking about Trey Lance earlier. I was like, wait a minute. They were both at teams. Like, did they just awkwardly miss each other twice? I got to look. Okay, so he was the Cowboys offensive coordinator from 19 to 22.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance, I think, got there in 23.
I think.
Let's see. He got to Dallas in 23. And then got to LA in 25. So, yeah, they awkwardly missed each other twice.
That's funny.
That is funny. Because I was like, wait a minute. Like, they've both played for those franchises. Or Trey played for both those franchises. Like, did they just not? But, yeah, I mean, what? I'm trying to think of names. Like, Carson Wentz would have had some familiarity there with Kellen Moore. Maybe? No.
Nope.
Carson Wentz wasn't in Dallas. Who am I?
No, you're talking. Cooper Rush.
Cooper Rush. Thank you.
Yeah.
They look very similar. with the beard and the hair, you know.
So all scraggly white guys look the same. This is according to Brendan Boylan. Got it?
Yep. Keep writing them down. Make myself look great. Yeah, you kind of like Carson Wentz. But yeah, I mean, there's gonna be some guys that just maybe, you know, Kellen's like, hey, you know my offense, so come on down.
Yeah, and you know what?
Throwing out like terrible names, like Ian Book was an Eagle.
Yes,
Ian Book won the Super Bowl.
Kenny Pickett.
Oh god. Oh god. Now we're getting depressing. Golly. There was a name that got thrown out a couple times last year. Who am I thinking of? I don't know. Would have been an Eagles backup.
Yeah, Pickett. Pickett was thrown out a lot. Yeah.
Pickett. I said Ian Book was awkwardly an Eagle multiple times. Yeah. San Diego or LA. I don't know who Herbie's backup was off the top of my head. And then you go back to Dallas. Where did Andy Dalton get traded? Philly?
Maybe.
I think he did go from Carolina to Philly. Like Andy Dalton would have played for Kellen Moore. If you want to bring him back to New Orleans again. You kind of look like Andy Dalton.
Color my hair red. I am Andy Dalton.
Oh, man.
Okay, so we've had, and I say we because we're a team.
Okay.
We've had 11 cigarettes.
Oh, God. You have had cigarettes. I have not.
We're a team. 3 Roger Goodell hate references. 5 Kyle Mosley hate references. You'll have to update my number on this because I've had 5 cups of coffee. I don't know how many you have had.
I had the one this morning. I've had 1 matcha, 1 coffee, 2 bags of pistachios, a bagel.
Okay, I count the matcha as a cup of coffee. That's just like an espresso or something like that. So all right, 7 cups of coffee. That's just in today alone. The other ones were collective. We've had 1 E. coli outbreak, 1 international incident.
Yes, we had. Yeah, we did. That was yesterday. That was great.
Absolutely no father-son duos in any aspect of life.
Nope, I can't do it.
All scraggly white guys look the same.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I look like a great human being. Today, I look great. Libby, how are my lungs feeling? Fine, I guess.
She's referring to the cigarettes. Oh, I took you down with me. I am so proud of myself.
I mean, fine.
Libby, even though we are a team, all 11 cigarettes were smoked by yours truly. I'm about to make it 12.
I was gonna say the E. coli might get them later. I don't know.
Right.
That situation was weird. Not to give you guys like a super crazy analysis of it, but I am right on the border of 2 different cities. Like literally a bridge is the difference. And so the city over had those problems. And then some places in the city I live in also had contaminated water, and they were trying to figure out whose water was contaminated and whose wasn't. So that was tough. But yeah, we're good. Apparently where I'm at is fine. But again, ironically, the shopping center right across the road has been shut down all day today and yesterday because their water came up as potentially. So I don't know.
See, they don't they don't shut down malls and shopping centers in Schittsburg, PA. There have been water hazards. There have been no water. There have been complete power outages. These damn malls stay open.
That doesn't surprise me.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Greed.
Yeah. So our employees can't use the bathroom or drink water, but we're staying open. So that's a more memorable thing in the draft is having some people call me and being like, "Hey, really awkward. We're trying to get food right down the road from your house, and we can't get any food. Can we come over? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll figure it out."
Do you remember the one year? Oh God, this has to be it's at least 5 years ago, because it was before we were living in Moon. We were still living out in Dormont. Remember when I set fire to the kitchen?
No.
Yeah, I might not. You know what? I might not have said it on the air, but I was I was boiling hot dogs for for my kids, Will and Isabella, and neither one of Will was still too little, so he wouldn't have said anything, but Bella didn't say anything. They just mentioned, can we have something to eat? And I'm like, well, yeah. So I threw some hot dogs in a pan because we're doing coverage, and I completely forgot. And all of a sudden, I see this smoke through the house. Also, the day I found out our smoke detectors didn't work, I'm like, "What the hell is burning?" I walk out. The water had boiled down, and the pan had started to melt across the electric stove. So
nice. Nice. Libby said, "OMG, I was wondering when you were talking about E. coli last." Yeah. So apparently the water system where I live was infected, or potentially, or whatever. So they'd like flush all the water. So yeah, it was a weird night last night. Yeah, I don't remember you setting that on fire. Ironically, it's not the only time I've missed something being set on fire. There was one year, I can't remember what holiday it was, but it was during COVID, and I had COVID and I couldn't go to whatever family function it was, and my brother-in-law put meatballs or something in the oven that had toothpicks in it or something like that, and stuck it in the oven, and like the oven caught fire.
Yeah.
For whatever holiday that was, and I missed that. He almost burnt the house down. That's cool.
We have another quarterback not named Garrett Nussmeier off the board.
Oh yeah.
The Cleveland Browns. With number 82 and 182 overall, select Arkansas quarterback Talon Green.
Okay, hear me out. Why? They drafted 2 quarterbacks last year.
Right. Dylan Gabriel's still on the roster too, right? They didn't move him this. I thought so. I mean, yeah. Athletically, Talon moves around really well. Yeah, maybe they're looking at him because he's a big kid too. Maybe they're looking at him as a Taysom Hill type of player. I'm just reaching here. I mean, reality speaking, who the hell knows what the Browns are actually thinking?
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, Talon Green, heck of an athlete. Big kid, good runner. So I mean. Maybe we haven't seen a team try to copy a Taysom Hill profile in a while, but this might be it.
Maybe you're trading Dylan Gabriel, and I mean, maybe I don't know. The weird thing with the Browns is I don't know how confident you feel about any quarterback on your roster.
Right.
And yeah, Shador had an okay rookie year. He was a Pro Bowler. That, and you know why that irks? That has nothing to do with Shador. It has everything to do with the fact that nobody wants to play in the Pro Bowl anymore.
Yeah.
So you end up giving these alternate spots to people who don't deserve by any means to be in the Pro Bowl.
The Pro Bowl has as much meaning as Kyle T. Mosley saying, "I'll pay you the money I owe you that you already did work for."
Yeah. I won't take it a step further. I could, but I'm not going to. Not today.
I'm tempted, but he's only worth about a sentence of my time every so often.
Yeah. Listen, I can take it a step further, but not today. Not today. I'll be good today.
All right, while we're waiting for the Saints pick, Saints pick at 190, right?
Yeah, the 10th pick of the 6th round.
Okay, and we're 182 now, 183.
Ninth pick of the 6th round.
Okay, I'll wait to get my long overdue plug in for get checked or check out after the Saints make this next pick.
Sure.
Because
Libby says, love Taysom. I hate that we don't need him anymore. I don't think it's that we don't need him. I think it's unfortunately that was what his 3rd, 4th ACL tear of his career, if you include college. Like he came back, he wasn't as explosive, which at his age, I mean, you can't blame him.
Yeah, and I mean he has such a punishing style of play that it was bound to wear down on him physically. I think it's just a matter of Taysom Hill is not Taysom Hill anymore, and it happens.
I think that, if Sean Payton was still around, I could see it more so than Kellen Moore. If you wanted to keep him on the roster and occupy a roster spot for strictly someone who's going to be your punt protector and a guy who is like your short yardage guy, then yeah, you can keep him on the roster. But it's also, does Taysom want to play anymore? You know, I think that's something we haven't talked a whole lot about. Like, I don't know if Taysom is ready to hang him up either. So,
well, and yeah, he and his wife, have a beautiful young family, young children. You'd think anyway. And we've heard some of our former, current friends, but former football players, say things like, the type of physical beating that they took as a player has affected them greatly later in life. So I know as a father myself, and I'm broken down, but not to the extent that some of these football players are. I can't get out and do all the things physically with Will that I was able to do, even when Bella and Brianna, were younger and growing up. So, that has to come into your decision making at some point.
I think so. And so it's going to be up to him. And the other part too is I don't know. Like maybe there is an offer on the table and it's up to him. Maybe they haven't even had that conversation yet. I don't know. If he does want to still play, I'm sure Sean Payton would welcome him with open arms.
Yeah, I think he would. And we keep talking about maybe there's a backroom deal in place for Cam Jordan to come back. Don't discount the fact that there might be one for Taysom Hill too. Again, we've talked about the running back room. Achane is on the roster, but maybe if Taysom is still willing to play, maybe they'll give him a shot at earning a roster spot. At this point in his career, I don't think it's a given. With the Saints or any other team. But certainly a possibility that he does return to the Saints. I personally don't think it happens, but I'm not completely discounting that possibility either.
Yeah, the way he left the field after the last home game, in particular, it definitely felt like that was it.
Yeah.
Which sucks. He's going to go down as one of those guys. For me, in the same realm as Mark Ingram, and maybe even more so than Mark Ingram. Like, I just hate that Taysom didn't get a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Everything he did for the team, the excitement that he brought, and especially how unexpected the rise of Taysom Hill was, and how unexpected and unique it was. Right, you're never going to see another Taysom Hill. And I would have loved to see this. Everybody call him the Swiss Army knife. I like to call him Inspector Gadget. Right? It was just Go-Go Gadget. Go-Go Gadget score a touchdown, and I just hate that type of guy never got the chance to play for a championship. So I know you probably hated him though, but I really thought the Taysom starts were fun. If I could go back and we could do like I don't know how much like national media podcast you listen to, but the Ringer Podcast Network and Bill Simmons, they do something called the Rewatchables, where they like rewatch different movies and give commentary while they watch the movies. If we were to sit here and do like a rewatchables of some of those Taysom Hill starts, I think my like notes would be like this is drunk, or like what is this? But it was fun because it was so vastly different than anything else we had seen. And I think there was a concern of like, how does Taysom Hill fit in this offense replacing Drew? Like, I don't know. It would have been fun. It would be fun to watch some of those games back, particularly the Denver COVID game. I think was the most fun game to watch back. And just like Kendall Hilton, was that the guy's name?
Yep. Yep.
Like, what is this? Like, what is going on? That would be a fun one to watch back, take notes, and give commentary. But yeah, Taysom will always have a special spot, whether he comes back or not. I think he'll go down as one of my favorite Saints of all time.
So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just took an LSU player off the board at 185. Bauer Sharp, tight end.
Couple picks away from the Saints. Let's see who's still on the board. Xavier Harris is still on the board. Deion Burks is still on the board. Nussmeier is still on the board. Can't do that father-son thing. No, absolutely not. Claiborne is on the board, the running back. You got one of your Penn State guys is still available at running back. Katron Allen. You could go. There's a couple offensive linemen you could go that way. Caden Curry out of Ohio State, an edge rusher. There's a lot of different ways you could go.
In my mock draft, I usually publish 2 mock drafts. I only did 1 this year, but in my mock draft on Saints Wire, I had the Saints with their 6th round pick going Nick Singleton, acknowledging that Nick might not be the one to drop, that Katron Allen might be. And like you said, Brendan, he's still there. Claiborne, I go running back here. Bring in somebody to make Devin Neal earn that spot, and or beat him out. Maybe both Neal and a 6th round running back this year. Maybe collectively they knock Kendre Miller off the depth chart. But no matter how you look at it, again, if a 6th round pick. You think Miller even gets the chance to compete for a spot? I do. Yeah, I do, because I mean, no, I don't. I think if they were, it would have happened already. But he's not counting a great deal against your salary cap, because he's still on his rookie contract as a 3rd round pick. So that's probably what, 3 million average a year, 4 million tops. So you don't need him off the roster for cap space. No, well, there's Case off the board. Of course. Washington. That kind of sucks. Well, yeah, I mean, you talked both those running backs up for so long. Yeah, right. So yeah, it's disappointing. You had 2 chances at it. You didn't get either of them. I mean, you still do have Roman Hemby, Damon Claiborne, Jamari Taylor, Le'Veon Moss. But yeah, back to Kendre. I do think that they at least carry him into camp. Now, if he gets hurt early in camp, like he has every year, but it's not. If it's a season ender, you can't cut him, because then you'll. Then you're liable to be on the hook for some kind of lawsuit. But if it's just a nick that causes him to miss a week or two, I don't even wait for that week or two to be done. I cut him instantly. But yeah, I think he comes to camp with the opportunity to compete.
I mean, and if he gets hurt season ending, you put him on IR and then you release him with injury settlement.
Right.
And that's it. Like I said, I mean, I think to be fair, I've been one of his bigger supporters in Saints media, and a guy that I'm just like, just got to give him. He's just got to be healthy. He's got to have a shot. He's going to be good. But I think, like I said earlier, I think I'm at that point where it's just like, well, it's clearly not worked. I don't know if it's ever going to work. Maybe it is time but you can't trade him because you're not going to get anything for him.
Right.
So I don't know. Like maybe he's on the roster, maybe he's not.
And I still think he. Go ahead.
They're showing Mark Ingram again. I don't know why, but it's weird. Somebody called him out on Twitter, and he responded about what we were talking about. Not like we called him out, but just like it's kind of weird that he's calling for the Ravens and not the Saints. And he kind of responded back. He's like, they asked me to do it. Like, I played for 2 fantastic cities and franchises. Like, I'm not going to say no. The Saints just didn't ask me to do it. I don't love one franchise more than the other. Just matter of fact, I got asked by one franchise to do it, so I did it.
Okay.
I thought that was. I don't know. I thought it was. I still think it's weird. Like, it's what we say yesterday. It was like the equivalent of like Joe Horn doing it for like the Chiefs. Like, I think it's weird. In his defense, he did make a Pro Bowl with the Ravens.
Yeah.
He had a good year with the Ravens. And that was it. He should never.
No. And I am if Mark's telling the truth, and there's no reason to believe that he's not. And the Saints didn't ask him. Now I know the Saints had Marcus Colston announce the draft choices this year, and that's a great choice. But Mark Ingram, you're talking about the franchise's all-time leading rusher before last year. And if you're going to make a Mount Rushmore of Saints running backs in history, Mark Ingram is securely on that, on that mountaintop. So in other words, you're talking about one of the franchise greats, and you'd like to see the franchise give some more accolades to some of their past greats than that.
Sure. All right, make your Mount Rushmore before the pick. What is your running back Mount Rushmore for this team?
3 are easy. Deuce McAllister, Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram. The 4th certainly up for debate. I probably go Ruben Mays.
It's my dad's favorite.
Yeah, but I mean, I could. Oh no, I wouldn't. I take that back. It's Dalton Hilliard, because he was more highly productive for a little bit longer than Ruben. But you can make a strong case for me with George Rogers, Chuck Muncie, Tony Galbraith, most people would never put Ricky Williams on there, just because of the controversy involving the moment he arrived in New Orleans. But Ricky had 2 really good, one good year. I mean, sorry about the interruption. Ricky had one good rookie year, and then he was 1,000-yard rusher. So if you take out the fact that the Saints gave up so much to get him, and that drew the ire of fans, and he wasn't real personable, because he was naturally shy. If you take out those 2 facts and just look at Ricky Williams, the player, and he had a 2-year, maybe 3-year run of production, that not too many backs in Saints history have been able to match.
Okay. Well, for me, those 3 are easy, right? It's Deuce, Mark, Alvin. That 4th spot's different because of the players that I have seen play versus the players I've seen on tape. I think you could make a real argument for Pierre Thomas.
Him too.
I think you
one of my favorite Saints of all time.
Right. I think you can make a real case. I think selfishly, even though it wasn't very long, just the impact that he made because of the name that he was. I think Reggie Bush, as a younger Saints fan, could certainly be in that conversation. Again, not because the numbers back it up, but just because of the name, the star power that Reggie Bush was in winning a Super Bowl. But I think I'd put Pierre Thomas on there for the longevity of how good he was. Another undrafted guy. We didn't bring him up. But another guy that, fought his way onto a roster and made it happen. So I always like to say, like, my unsung heroes, not that this is an honorable mentions at all. If there's an honorable mentions, I'd probably put Mays, Hilliard, Reggie. But we brought him up one other time, and I like to say this every time we bring up his name. I think Latavius Murray is going to go down as one of the most underrated Saints of all time. Because he immediately replaced production that you didn't think was going to be able to be replaced. And he played his role in New Orleans very well. I hate those teams that never won a championship. They were good. They were fun. We're almost to the Saints pick. The Bengals pick is in at 189. I don't know what the pick is yet, but it's in.
I know the Jets at 188 went Inez Cooper, the guard from Miami, Florida. One of my players to watch. Coming into day 3. But we know the Saints did address guard with Jeremiah Wright.
The second out of Duke is going to the Bengals. Here's an interesting note on Saints draft picks in this draft. If you'd like to hear this before the Saints get put on the clock, they are on the clock now. Saints first round pick, Jordan Tyson, brother, Cavaliers guard, Jalen Tyson. Saints fourth round pick, Bryce Lance, brother, Trey Lance. Saints fifth round pick, Lorenzo Styles, brother of Sonny Styles. So to Bob's point that he made earlier about me, I'm cool with the brother-to-brother thing. We're good there. But that is interesting that they have drafted 3 guys that have brothers that are also professional athletes.
That is. We talked about the Saints' history of the family lineage being connected to professional sports or even through the NFL. Now a lot of that happened under Sean Payton.
Sorry.
Pretty.
People are gonna be happy. Barron Brown, LSU.
Said they do.
Go another receiver.
Wow.
But he had 6 kickoffs returned for touchdowns.
There it is.
So yeah, 20 total touchdowns, 12 receptions, 2 rushing touchdowns, 6 kickoffs. So that is your return man of the future. But people are just going to be happy that the Saints drafted an LSU Tiger for the first time since Will Clapp?
I think so. Somebody? It feels like you are, but I can't think of who that might be.
Unless they drafted him and they just never played. Which could be the case. There's been a couple of those. I think I'm right.
But yeah, I mean, the Saints had a pre-draft meeting with Barry and Brown. He talked openly. And not that he would say otherwise, but he talked openly about how much he would love to stay in Louisiana and play for the Saints. On the field profile, kick returner, punt returner, fast, undersized, but you don't necessarily need your returner to be a big dude. From an offensive standpoint, if you find another player to take the top off a defense, it's going to open up a lot of underneath things for for your other receivers, going to open up your running game a lot more. Just the threat.
Yeah.
6 kick return touchdowns. Wow.
Yeah, it's an SEC record. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to pull up some of his combine numbers or pro day numbers, because ironically we were just talking about Styles being the guy that could return kicks as well. Oh, here's another, just because I brought it up with Styles, another Saints pick that was another high RAS score. Bryce Lance recorded a 9.94. So maybe the RAS scores matter.
As long as they don't base their entire draft selection on the RAS score.
Which they used to. Like, it was unbelievable. But so what do you make of that? The fact that they drafted 2 players back to back that could compete to return kicks.
I like the competition, and remember, I can't remember his name, but they signed a former Minnesota Vikings running back in free agency.
Right.
That basically is a kick returner also. Listen, we saw Mason Tipton had a couple nice kickoff returns, like in back-to-back weeks, but then teams stopped kicking to him. And you couldn't get anything. I think Dante Pettis, is afraid of his own shadow as a punt returner, and the other players, including Pettis, that you used as on kickoff returns after Shaheed was traded, gave you absolutely nothing. So you certainly needed to improve that area. I don't mind at all that you use a day 3 pick to do it. And if you choose to use 2 just to let the guys fight it out for the job, even better. Because we've been kind of repeating the same refrain all day. That makes the player that earned the job. They earned it because they had to beat out competition. It wasn't just handed to them by default, or beat out a bunch of guys that shouldn't be on an NFL roster to get it.
So Brown ran a 4.4 at the combine. Important to mention that he led the Tigers in receptions and receiving yards last year. Prior to that, he'd spent 3 years at Kentucky, where he was an all-freshman or freshman All-American, freshman All-SEC, and was a first-team All-SEC return specialist with the Cats as well.
So with the Giants pick in at 193, still 6th round, the Saints, barring any more moves, the Saints have that 1 7th round selection that they picked up in their trade to get Tyree Wilson with the Raiders. 219 overall. What'd you say that was? That's an early 7th round pick, right?
I think it's like the 3rd pick of the 7th round.
Okay.
Yep, 3rd pick of the 7th.
So while we're waiting for that, because I don't know about you, I see us jumping off of the air once that 7th round pick is made. But get checked or check out. Make sure you go to the website, folks. It's tcynow.org. Get checked or check out has been wonderful friends to us, for the last over a year and a half now. myself and my family have been honored to be able to go on 2 different cruises with them, hanging out with wonderful fans, wonderful people, and forging some terrific friendships, including with some of our former Saints greats. We talked about Delvin Breaux, Tyrone Hughes, Courtney Roby, Randall Gay, Pierre Thomas went last year, Michael Lewis, of course. They're doing a couple new things this year. Get Checked or Check Out is organizing a Saints game trip to Paris, France, when the New Orleans Saints play the Cleveland Browns. That game is on October 25th. There are still spots open. This isn't going to be on a boat. You're flying over to Europe and hanging out with these guys. It doesn't look like a game trip. It looks like basically a pub takeover. But you're still hanging out with some wonderful people. Make sure you reach out to me for details about that, and we'll talk more in length about how to secure your spot for the Get Checked or Check Out trip to Paris, France. Again, that's October 25th. But there are ways to secure your spot now, and we'll talk more about it in length when we go back to our regularly scheduled show this coming week. About the details. But if you need details before that, please reach out to me. tcynow.org is the way to get onto the Get Checked or Check Out website too. And remember, this is a charity that's put in place to help people that have received a scary medical diagnosis. Helps guide you and your families to what to do next. Treatment options, research options, therapy options, individual and group, physical and emotional. So check out their site. Every little bit helps. So if you have a little bit extra, please donate. And understand too, I talk about how much fun all these trips are, and they are. They're an experience of a lifetime. But just you going helps benefit this charity. The 2026 cruise was in the Bahamas. We got back a couple of weeks ago. The 2027 trip has not been confirmed yet, so don't write this in stone. But the 2027 trip looks like it's leaning towards not a cruise, but rather an all-inclusive resort. We don't have exact details on that yet, and that part of it isn't finalized, but I will be sure to keep you guys up to date. And during the 2026 football season too, we got together on the cruise this last time, and we're going to push hard for a couple road trips. One involving one of the Saints home games, but also a couple road trips. Again, we don't even have the schedule officially yet. We'll have to get together with more details about that. But we're going to do a couple trips where, a small fee, if you want to participate, and 100% of the fee will go towards Get Checked or Check Out as well. So we got a lot of great things coming up. The Paris trip coming up on October 25th. Make sure you stay tuned for that and more details about that coming. But also the exact dates, as well as specific details for the 2027 Get Checked or Check Out giveaway. Listen, it gives you guys the opportunity for again, a wonderful experience with former Saints greats and a group of Saints Saints fans who, frankly, I consider very close friends and family after just 2 years of trips with y'all. I want you guys to experience that too if you never have. I need you guys to experience that. I need it. I need it to happen. Need more of you to go, because again, this benefits such a great charity and such wonderful people. Courtney, Tyrone, Delvin, Mike, they do this for fun, but it's a very serious matter to them because they are such big parts of the charity Get Checked or Check Out. So again, go to tcynow.org and check out what their charity is all about. They always post pictures of past trips too, so you could see. You don't just have to take our word for it. You could see how much fun we've had.
I know Bob wishes he could be back in the Bahamas right about now.
Yes, please.
Yeah. See, Bob likes the Bahamas more than me.
I like you a lot, Brendan, but yeah, that's a true statement.
Yeah, I understand. It's okay. I'll just cry in pain over here.
Well, we're getting you on this trip. Maybe not the Paris one, but the beach, the tropical getaway for 2027. I don't want to take no for an answer from you this time. Find a way, sell an organ, sell one of my organs if you have to. You won't get much for it, but you need to experience this this event. You guys watching and in the chat, you guys need to experience this event too. It would mean so much to me, and obviously the charity, but I promise you, it will mean the world to you too.
We're gonna make it happen. It might be selling one of your organs though. I don't know. My organs right now still working pretty good. Probably have a little bit more value, but I might need them. I might perhaps need them. Let's see. We are 15th pick of the 6th round, 196 overall, and we have a little bit till the Saints pick about math 22, 23 picks away.
Yeah.
From the Saints' final selection for right now. We don't know. Maybe they trade it. Maybe they get more picks. I doubt it, but I don't know. Bob, overall, what do you think of this this draft to this point? Obviously, you said, without taking an edge guy, you kind of take an edge guy because you trade for one, but without taking the edge guy in the first 2 days, you kind of get the feeling that they're happy with where they're at. Maybe they have kind of a backroom deal for Cam to come back. How do you feel about not addressing cornerback at all? And ultimately, are you happy with the draft at this point?
Yeah, I am. And we talked about this last year too, especially focusing in on the Tyler Shuck pick. Too many of you folks, and everybody, myself included, can get guilty of this from time to time. Too many of you get hung up on a specific player or a specific position. It's important to remember this isn't our football team. We're not the ones running it. It's not our jobs that are on the line, whether we get these picks right or not. Kellen Moore knows what he wants for his offense. Brandon Staley knows what he wants for his defense. So that's the important thing to focus on. Try to see the vision of the picks, not I would have picked this player instead. Well, okay, when you're the general manager or coach of a team, you can do that. But yeah, I mean, overall, I see the vision pretty much with every pick. And we came into the draft feeling like the Saints had major holes. We outlined 4 positions, and I'm going to spit them out in no particular order, but edge rusher, wide receiver, nose tackle, and cornerback. Well, I mean, you got your wide receiver with Jordan Tyson, who many feel is the most talented wide receiver in this draft. And then you not only did that, but you triple played it. You got another receiver in the 4th round with an exciting prospect in Bryce Lance, and then another one in the 6th round with who we think is going to be at least in competition to be your new returner, and Barry and Brown. then in the second round. A lot of us felt, okay, they didn't get edge rusher, cornerback in the second round. They'll do so now, or a first round, they'll do so in the second. They saw Christian Miller, the nose tackle from Georgia, big man from Georgia. Okay, Brandon Staley, you now have your run stuffer in the middle. So again, you could see the vision there. Oscar Delp at tight end. If there's one head scratcher in this draft, it's that one for me. Again, I like the player. I see the value. You increased the depth in your tight end room. You can now go 3 deep. Legitimately 3 deep at tight end. When's the last time you could say that about the New Orleans Saints? Probably never. Certainly in the 10 years, decade or so we've been covering them, Brendan. So again, I saw the vision, but the no cornerback and no pass rusher really worried me. Then in the 4th round, with cornerbacks still, the edge rushers were pretty much gone. Cornerbacks were still there. They went after a guard, and Jeremiah Wright. And again, you see the logic. You still have Cesar Ruiz on your football team. That's a problem. And maybe Wright beats him out. Maybe he doesn't. But I mean, you certainly, at the very least, you bettered your interior offensive line depth, which has been a problem. When we've seen an Eric McCoy go down, or one of the many players that have played left guard go down, there really wasn't any quality depth to replace them. You hope you took care of that in Wright. I already mentioned Bryce Lance with the 2nd, 4th round pick. Then with their first 5th round pick, you folks that wanted an edge rusher, you got one. Because they traded that pick 150 overall to the Raiders for Tyree Wilson, who just 2-3 short years ago was the 7th overall choice and the 2nd edge rusher off the board that year. Tyree hoping to revive his career. It's really, I called it a low risk. You called it a no risk, high reward situation. You trade a 5th round pick for a guy that was a former high 1st round choice. If he pans out, great. You look like geniuses. If he doesn't, then all right, fine. We took a chance. We'll go back to the drawing board. The Rams just took a guy, not to interrupt myself. The Rams just took a slot receiver that I really liked. CJ Daniels from Miami, Florida. Now I would be downright shocked if the Saints had any interest in a 4th wide receiver in this draft. But back to what
it wouldn't would it surprise you at this point? It wouldn't surprise me, but I didn't think they'd take a 3rd. But
you're right. I expected a 2nd wideout. I did not expect a 3rd. But anyway, with their 2nd, 5th round pick, 172 overall, they went the safety Lorenzo Styles. Well, Damon Claiborne just went to the Minnesota Vikings too. Now the guys that we were talking about as day 3 prospects are starting to come off quick. But I mean, in Lorenzo Styles, you got a fast special teamer and safety. Maybe that's not an answer to what you wanted with your 3rd cornerback. But if he pans out, he could be depth for your secondary. Certainly a special teams contributor. You expect that almost immediately. And then they doubled down on special teams with that 6th round pick in Barry and Brown, who we talked about a little bit, going to be in competition for your returner. All in all, I don't like not getting another cover corner. I really wanted one out of this draft, somewhere in the 3rd or 4th round, particularly. I kind of expected them to go to pick a 2nd running back to kind of maybe strengthen that room a little bit. But again, I saw the value in each and every single pick. A couple of these players, a few of these players that they drafted. I scouted during my own draft, analyzed during my own draft process. I really like a lot of the players that they come out of this draft with.
Like I said, I think you can see the vision, you can see the blueprint, you can see the type of guys that they want to draft. I'm with you. I think Delp was the head scratcher. You can see the talent, you can see why they did it, but they're solidified at the position for the next 2 years, right? So I'm just curious to see how they're going to use all three tight ends with Jawan, Noah Fant, and now Oscar Delp. We were talking about it earlier, and I believe the trade happened. But last year we saw Tyler Shuck get drafted. His dog was thrilled and was celebrating. Oscar Delp was drafted this year. The dog was not as thrilled, but the dog saw the opportunity as people jumped up off the couch to celebrate. He saw the opportunity to take his seat, his rightful seat, back on the couch. That sounds exactly like my dog.
Mine too.
Where it's like, oh, you're up, great. So I think the Saints and celebration videos, including dogs, are now going to be a thing. So it's just going to be it. I understand the last two picks. Mostly going to get some special teams value out of those last two picks. It makes a lot of sense. Not mad about either of them. I love the swing on a former top 10 pick and essentially just giving up. Essentially girl mathing it to be like a 6th round pick. I think that's great. And you address positions of need. You got two bigger bodied wide receivers, something we've been begging for over the last few years. You get your fat guy at defensive tackle, which is also a positive thing. So I think overall you can see what they're doing. And like I've said before, you're going to start seeing the fruits of the labor of this team. And a lot of it starts with this draft after the first full off season under a new head coach. You're going to see it in this draft, and you're going to see it through the free agents they select. So I think all in all, a pretty good draft. I will say one thing. We keep coming back to it. Is the 7th round is really one of those, like, you're taking a guy and we'll see if it pans out or not. There's a couple guys here that we've talked about through now a couple rounds. Harold Perkins out of LSU, Zaven Harris out of Ole Miss. See if they come off the board. Libby Girlmath, yeah. So they trade a 5th round pick, they trade a 5th round pick over to the Raiders, and they get a player and a 7th. So Girl Math says you gave up a 5th and you got a 7th, so you just put them together and you gave up a 6th. At least that's how it works in my brain.
Libby, did he just piss off the entire womankind? Do we have to add that to our?
We just adding. But yeah, Tyree Wilson and a 7th for a 5th, so a 6th round pick. Girl math. I get it, but it sounds like Brendan math. Okay, maybe girl math is just I don't know. Maybe that's a young person kind of. I don't want to say trend, but like my wife says it all the time. She'll be like,
I've never heard the term girl math, but really? I'm not a young person. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, like she'll say it all the time. Is like, okay, you just essentially you're saying, okay, like I bought this for $20. But I found $20 in my pocket this morning, so it cost me nothing. Girl math. And like that's how it's supposed to be used, right? So yeah, girl math. Oh, and then so Libby said she gets it, but now I'm calling her old. So I just can't win today. It's fine.
Well, and I mean I'll add it to our draft tally. But we know that Brendan hates old people.
Yeah, I hate everybody. What can I say? It's just a terrible.
And you guys thought it was me.
Yeah. We thought Bob was the real villain here. It's actually been me the whole time. What a plot twist on Days of Our Lives. I'm actually the villain in this soap opera. See, we're at pick 202. Let's make sure to get you guys caught up. The Chargers on the clock. So Claiborne, the running back from Wake Forest, goes 198, 199. Henderson Jr., the receiver from Kansas, 200. Campbell, offensive guard from Texas, and then Alabama defensive back Jackson goes 201. So 202 overall. What did we say? The Saints had 219 overall.
Yeah.
We're approaching the end here. We've been on stream for almost 5 hours with you guys. We appreciate you guys hanging out.
It's 3 hours on day one, 4.5 on day two, even though at least a half an hour, that was with major technical difficulties.
And E. coli difficulties.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Huh. There are some Photoshop edits of Tyree Wilson that have been circulating. He wore number 9 in Oakland. So people have already like photoshopped some of them, and one person was like, "My bad," and he just removed the number 9, so it's just a blank jersey because he's not wearing 9.
No,
maybe no, 99. Is 99 available?
That's Chase, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, Chase is 99. You're right. 19 available? I don't know. I don't know how the process of choosing a number goes in his head, but I'm thinking like
if anybody has 19, it's one of the wide receivers from last year who suddenly have a lot less job security right now.
Right. He'll figure it out. He'll find a number. Okay, let me ask you that, since we're just at silly season. When you had to select a number for whatever sport you were playing as a kid growing up, what was your process of picking your number?
Well, I mean, when you're young, you're just kind of given a number. At least I was.
Sometimes you were. There are years I was given an option, and other years it was like, this is the jersey that fits you.
Yeah, well, and I was a little guy, so there was that too. My very first number, ironically, was number 1. But once I was given the opportunity to make my own decision, again, I'm a little guy. I prefer the single-digit numbers. And I wore, as a volleyball player, I wore 3 through high school, and 2 since. That started in college. So I think that was just. I think that was just luck of the draw. You only. I remember vaguely. There were only 2, maybe 3 different jerseys that fit me. And at least one of them was a double-digit number. One of them, ironically, one was 19, and I'm like, who the hell wears 19? Now that was Bernie Kosar with the Cleveland Browns at the time, but I was an Elway fan and the Denver Broncos, so of course, although I respected Bernie a lot as a player, I didn't want a number to emulate him. So I just went with single digit, and like I said, that was 3 at the time.
So my first number that I remember, I got it just given a number in Little League. I got 9. And my first Little League team was the Red Sox, so that was kind of cool, like Ted Williams, number 9. But after that, I was assigned the number 20 in basketball. My first football number was 51. Sam Mills. That was on purpose. Watched a lot of NFL films growing up. So, yeah, Sam Mills. And then I feel like I had 3 in there one year. Yeah, I think I picked 3 when I got to play soccer in high school. And a lot of that was just because of my dad's the 3rd. Right? He's Charles Boylan the 3rd. So Thankfully, I'm not the fourth. We joke about that all the
Man,
time.
you could have been Brendan IV.
I know. BBIV.
That's we joke because I'm a junior, so we joke that if we would have named Will after me, his nickname could have been Bobby 3.
Bobby 3. Yeah, that would have been good. Now though, I don't play sports now, but if I were to play on like a church softball team or something, I'd probably pick 8. And that goes back to my wife. In sign language, a member of the deaf community can assign you like a sign name or a nickname.
Mm-hmm.
And she gave me, I was the 8th person at the table the night that we met. So I got B8. That's just my sign name.
I like B8. I like that.
So I would probably pick 8. Well, and then Star Wars wise, you got BB8. And
right.
So BB8. So I'd probably pick 8. And also 8 looks like a B, kind of like a capital B, and an 8 looks similar. So it works. So yeah, I'd pick 8 if I had to pick a number now. But this whole like paying millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars to wear a jersey number is beyond me. Like, I could never. They were
you know what?
Yesterday going into the draft, like, how much would you pay for your college number? And some guys were like, nah, like nothing. Like it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, for something like that, no. Now, if I was coming to the NFL, for instance, and my dad had been an NFL player, and I had the opportunity to wear his number, I might pay. Yeah, in a situation like that, I think I might pay another player to have it.
Yeah, I mean, for some people, like the numbers mean a lot, and numbers mean everything. But I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. But what happens and that's the thing too, is like what happens when you go to a team, like in this case where you're a guy who wore number 9 your whole NFL career, then all of a sudden you go to a team, that number's just not available, or you go to a team where the number's retired. Like I'm just curious what somebody's mindset would be. So like for me, like I just said 8, right? Like I think I'd look stupid wearing 88. Going from a single digit number to a double, like that's a huge jump.
Yeah.
Or do you just go 18, 28? Like, do you just go up that way, or do you like There was one guy, you may remember this guy, you may not. I don't remember. I don't know how much college hoops you watched in the mid, like, or late mid 2010s, but Frank Kaminsky, who won Player of the Year for Wisconsin.
I remember him.
Yeah, so he wore 44, and then
he was on that Wisconsin team that upset the undefeated Kentucky team in the Final Four, right? I thought so. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so he wore 44 in the pros, and then when he got traded, he ended up bouncing around, and it was like number 8, and then he wore like 0. So they asked him, like, how did you get from that? And he goes like, well, 4 + 4 = 8, and then 4 - 4 = 0. And I was like, oh, like, that makes sense. But also, like, I wouldn't have done that. Like, would I go from 8 to 44? Like, would I go, like, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Would I go from 8 to 53? Because 5 + 3 = 8? Like, I don't know.
You know what? As we circulate back through our Saints friends and bringing them back on as guests, by the way, folks, Courtney Roby sends his apologies. He had a honeydew list that he just got freed up from. And he sent me a text saying, if you guys are going to still be on the air at 6, I'll jump on with you. And I'm like, oh God, no, let's just do it another time.
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, let's make our own to-do list. And as we get our friends back on, let's ask them about the numbers.
What's the concept of numbers? Yeah.
Yeah.
Courtney wore different ones as well.
He did. He wore 82, at least when he first got drafted with the Titans, and then of course 15 during his career in New Orleans. Jim Now we've heard this from Jim. I think one of us even asked him.
11 to
Yeah,
17.
Jim wore 11 at Purdue, and of course 11 with the Rams. And then when he got dealt to New Orleans, he picked his reasoning for 17 was very simple. At which I didn't know. Yeah, Jim's always good for a story that you had no idea about during his career. Yeah, I just picked it because that was the date that I was traded. All right.
Easy. Super easy. Well, like, okay, so like Delvin, like, wore 20,
24.
20 and 27.
Oh, that's right. He did. Yeah.
So you go 27, 24, and then 40 with the Saints, and then go back to 24 when you go back to Canada. So, like, what's the thought process there? Or is it just number available? Like, some guys it's going to be easy. It's like, that was the number that was available. Like,
yeah, just give me whatever.
like, I'll make it work. It don't matter.
Yeah, because Delvin in New Orleans, obviously, if he wanted 24 or 27, I don't know who was wearing it at the time. But you're not talking about a historically significant number for the New Orleans Saints. 24 and 27. I mean,
27 would have been Damian Swan.
Yeah, you're right.
Draft pick would have got priority, I guess. I don't
know because
Delvin.
I think Delvin was signed before the draft, if I remember right. Because I was excited when the team announced him. Hey, we're getting a CFL All-Star. This could be pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll make a note to ask those guys, like, hey, what was the significance or reasoning behind, especially if you've switched numbers or got traded or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
What's the reason? Yeah, interesting. Weird. That's one of your very weird conversations we have on day 3. Is like, hey, why? Why is this? Well, okay, like, look, we were talking about Mark Ingram a little bit ago. Like, when Mark got drafted, he wore 32.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went to 28, which was the reverse of his dad's number, right?
Yep.
And then he went to 22, which he wore at Bama. When he went over to Baltimore, he wore 21. And then he went to Houston. I don't know what he wore in Houston. And then
2.
when he came back, 2.
Mm-hmm.
So single digit 2. And then when he came back to New Orleans, he wore 41 because I think I remember something that was Alvin Kamara flipped. And I guess it's half of 28. Like, you could go 100 different ways. But, like, that's a lot of different numbers. That's 3 numbers in one franchise. 4, I guess, if you count the 32. I don't know if he ever appeared in a game with 32.
No, I don't even think a preseason game. But like you said, and we both have it, his rookie card. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first number he was assigned. So, yeah. No, just stuff like that. I think it's silly, but I think it's interesting.
I'm just looking at who my best availables still are. Quite a few running backs. Devin Marshall, cornerback.
Yeah, you're not going to get off this draft a running back thing.
Hey, no. And listen, everybody knows the success the Saints have had with late rounds and undrafted wide receivers. They've had some pretty decent success at running back too. Chris Ivory and Kyrie Robinson both immediately come to mind. I'm drawing a blank on a couple others that were able to be at least decent contributors. Boston Scott had a successful NFL career, just not with the Saints.
Right.
And he was a 6th round pick.
It's a good one, Boston Scott. No, I'm sure we are missing somebody, but Chris Ivory, Kyrie Robinson, those are good ones. At running back, at least. I don't know. It's just, just for giggles at this point. Like, go ahead, take Garrett Nussmeier, see what happens. Just for giggles, go for it.
Now, if Garrett goes undrafted, which is now increasingly becoming a possibility, when you go undrafted, obviously you just kind of have your selection of teams. Certainly, that team has to show interest. Would the Saints show interest in him at that point? And if so,
practice
would
squad
he?
guy.
Well, yeah. But I mean, if so, would he be inclined to accept?
No,
Yeah,
because
because
you have better opportunities elsewhere.
but would he?
You would think he'd. I mean, let's just say, in theory, Shuck and Rattler are penciled, sharpied in.
Yeah.
At 1 and 2, you got to have both those guys go down to get reps. Like start.
It's not just that, but if I'm Garrett, I'm sitting there looking, and I'm, okay, we've seen a good amount of body of work from Spencer Rattler to know that at the very least, he's not any team's long-term starter.
No, starter at best.
Yeah. Shuck, while I loved the Shuck, I loved Shuck coming into the draft. I loved the Shuck pick at the time. You guys all know this. I patted myself on the back enough. And he played wonderfully when he did get onto the field. But the reality is, we've only seen him for 6-7 games. So you could make a case that the jury is still out on Tyler Shuck. What if Shuck? This is worst case scenario. What if Shuck falls flat on his face next year and just reveals himself to be just not a great quarterback? If you're a Garrett Nussmeier, for that matter, a Zach Wilson, if you just sign, maybe the opportunity is there. Now you have to. I'm not going to say root for a guy to fail, but a guy, or in this case, two guys in front of you have to fail, for you to get an opportunity. So if you're in a situation like Garrett Nussmeier is in, or when Zach Wilson was free agent, looking around the league, you have to gauge the team's entire quarterback situation, not just number one spot, but number two also. So I mean, Garrett, he sees Kellen Moore's an offensive coach. My dad coaches there. He coaches the quarterbacks. Can I develop? And maybe Shuck is the next great thing. We certainly hope he is. But if someone like Garrett Nussmeier, who conceivably now at best you would think would spend a year on a practice squad, if he gets a preseason opportunity and plays well, maybe next offseason a team is saying, you know what, we really like what we saw from Garrett's development with the Saints, albeit in the preseason. We're going to trade a 4th round pick or something like that to get him.
Yeah, maybe.
Would I do it if I were the Saints? No. I would say, Garrett, we wish you all the best. We hope you're a success, but we don't see a relationship here. We have our quarterbacks. We're ready to move forward there.
I'm probably in the same boat as you, thinking that way. And like I said, I mean, yeah, like from a father-son perspective, which I hate, by the way, it makes sense to be like, hey, like I can work under my dad, develop my game, maybe get an opportunity elsewhere. But I don't think it makes sense for the Saints. And I do think he'd have a better. I mean, yeah, like it's cool to be able to go to work with dad, but I do think he'd get a better opportunity to at least compete to be a guy that might be, the 3rd quarterback every week, opposed to being on the practice squad every week. Which, is there a huge difference? No.
But
I think they're is that potential. And maybe because you're the third emergency quarterback, your salary's a little bit better than being a practice squad guy. But that's just my thoughts. And honestly, there could very well be a team here in the 7th round that's just like, screw it, we're just going to take them. You know, why not?
Well, yeah, and look, that's how Tom Brady and Brock Purdy got on rosters. Exactly that kind of scenario.
Just, screw it. Let's see what happens. Yeah. I mean, why not?
When the 49ers drafted Brock, was Garoppolo still there, or was that the same year that they drafted Trey Lance? I don't remember. That's why I'm asking.
I think Garoppolo was there.
Okay.
I think Lance was on the roster too.
All right. So again,
in 2021, Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant in 22.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So I mean, you're the 49ers and you draft Brock Purdy again. There's no chance in hell you're thinking that Brock Purdy is going to be even a factor for your quarterback job. Probably not even number 2. When the Patriots drafted Brady, they had Drew Bledsoe. Bledsoe's a perennial Pro Bowler. No chance in hell you think Tom Brady is going to eventually be your starter. Even when the Cowboys drafted Dak Prescott, now Tony Romo was an undrafted free agent, but he was an established starter. And I believe made a couple Pro Bowls, excuse me. Again, this is the part of the draft where you're saying to yourself, you never know. And if we have something, and listen, I know, and I say it a lot, everybody likes to point to the success stories. Brady, Purdy, Dak, Romo, Kirk, Gus Frerotte. That's a select few out of literally hundreds of quarterbacks that have been drafted in the 4th round or later. So your chances at putting together any kind of NFL career are realistically slim. But again, all the more reason if Garrett Nussmeier ends up as an undrafted free agent where he can sort of pick his destination or at least be a little bit more choosy. Then I'm looking for, you mentioned opportunities to play, and that's certainly a factor, but I'm also looking at structure. I see the Saints and I see, my dad, but also Kellen Moore, an offensive guy. I see an offensive guy in Denver with Sean Payton, Andy Reid in Kansas City, and et cetera. Then I see the Jets, the Cardinals, the Browns, perennial messes. And I'm not so sure I want to go there, as an undrafted guy if I had my choice of where to go.
Yeah. I understand that too. And you got to remember too, I mean, you brought up, like, we'd love to talk about the success stories. Yes. But the amount of things that have to happen for those success stories to actually come to fruition. Right. So in 22 for Purdy, Trey Lance was named the starter that year.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Lance has a season-ending injury in week 2. Brock Purdy gets a few snaps or what have you. They end up going with Jimmy Garoppolo the rest of the way. Garoppolo gets hurt later in the season, and Purdy has to play again. And then all of a sudden, Purdy is in the NFC Championship game as a rookie because of injury. And then for the Niners fans that remember, Purdy gets injured in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
So now they're on their 4th quarterback. And I believe it was Josh Johnson, who's
played
for every team ever.
So Josh got hurt and Christian McCaffrey ended up doing it.
Oh, yeah. That's crazy. So a lot of things had to happen for Purdy to get on the field. 2 different quarterbacks had to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a stellar team that year too. So yeah. And then all of a sudden Jimmy G's expendable because Purdy played so well, and Trey Lance is expendable because Brock Purdy played so well. So, by luck, you end up taking the job from a guy who literally had just taken the team to the Super Bowl in Jimmy G, and you leapfrog a guy who was a top 5 pick.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when Dak Prescott got his shot, yeah, that was because Romo got hurt.
Mhm.
Did Romo ever make it back? Was that it for Tony?
Double check. I think it was. Let's
I
look.
think it was. I know Tony didn't play for a different team.
Yeah, but I don't think he got another chance after that. I'm gonna look. Well, just to put the Saints spin on this too, Prescott was the third quarterback going into camp that year.
Oh, really?
Kellen
Well,
Moore
going into camp. Oh, wow.
Kellen Moore broke his leg.
Wow.
So Prescott became the backup. And then Romo suffered the vertebrae fracture.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that was it.
Yeah, and we know how Brady got his shot. That's very famous.
Yeah. So really, if Prescott wouldn't have got his chance if Kellen Moore didn't break his leg.
Nice job, Kellen.
Good
you
job.
Submitted us to the Dak Prescotts of the world.
I don't. That's another guy. I think Dak gets a lot of hate.
He does.
Like, he's not a bad quarterback. He's not an elite quarterback, but he's not a bad quarterback.
Well, you listen, before Tyler Shuck got the job and played well last year, you look at the quarterbacks, and we've cycled them through pretty famously on the Bayou Blitz. Yeah, Trevor Siemian, Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, obviously Derek Carr, even Spencer Rattler. I had taken Dak Prescott over any of them, and I like Jameis too, but I'd have taken Dak Prescott over any of them.
Trevor Siemian. We had some dark days, man.
Yeah.
Dang. Brian said, "You mean Nussmeier will be selling insurance in 2 years?"
Maybe.
I don't think so. I think when you have a father that's a coach, you're going to find a way to be involved in a franchise, even if you're not playing.
Yeah, because you got to think he's got a good football mind. Mm-hmm. So even if he what I see at worst from Garrett Nussmeier is he bounces around the league a little bit as a backup /second/third string, and ends up becoming a coach himself. The Kellen Moore route. There are worse things you could have for a career.
Kellen Moore played what? How many years was Kellen a backup?
I think 5.
It's not bad.
No.
How many years do you have to play in the NFL to get, not tenure, but you know what I'm talking. You get what I'm saying. Pension, yeah.
I want to say 3, but I'm not.
I thought you were right. I think 3's right. I'm gonna Google it.
You know what else this Saints draft tells me?
Credited seasons.
3, okay.
A player earned a season if they were on the active, inactive roster, IR, or practice squad for at least 3 regular or postseason games in a single year.
All right. So congratulations, Kendre Miller.
Right. Well, yeah. So even if you're on IR,
right? That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's. So really, it's just 9 games. 3 games a year. Wow. I could suit up for 9 games. Somebody call me.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's the Kendre Miller schedule right there. 3 to 5 games a year.
9 games. Well, congratulations to all the people that we know on this show.
Yeah.
You're going to get pension. That's great. That's a lot better than the NBA. The NBA is for full benefits, it's 10 years. which, you know, I'm sure the NFL's full pension's longer too, but still, like, it's solid.
I just got yelled at for starving my son.
Dang it.
He's 8. He's capable of asking for food.
Will, just set the stove on fire again.
Well, I was going to say that's the alternative.
Right. Brian said, so the Saints are afraid to pull the trigger on Kendrick. Are they scared he will go somewhere else and flourish? You know, we talked about this earlier, probably about an hour ago, and I didn't really think about it, but Bob's words of wisdom is true. Is he's on the last year of his deal? He's making $4 million this year. You're going to at least bring him into camp, and then whatever happens after that. Just because it's a cheap contract and he's shown you enough flashes. Bob and I both hate the word camp body, but
yeah, because the last I checked, they all have bodies.
Right. Last time we checked, but yeah, I mean, he'll be a guy.
If you don't, hopefully you've earned your pension.
That's right. To replace it, obviously. But yeah, he'll be a guy who goes into camp, and we'll see what happens. If he gets hurt early in camp, he's done. That's it.
Mm-hmm. But I started to say, you know what else this Saints draft tells me? We've talked about, obviously, they feel pretty comfortable with what they have at cornerback, and to a lesser extent, edge rusher. Also tells me they're comfortable with off-ball linebacker. They are obviously content with I do think the addition of Caden Ellis, moving so quickly to secure Caden Ellis and bring him back after you lost Demario Davis is big, but Caden Ellis is not Demario Davis. Right. So that position has Caden Ellis, Pete Werner, Danny Stutzman, Jalen Ford, and Isaiah Stallberg.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, we're sneaking up here on the Saints pick. Be there here momentarily. As we're approaching the end of round 6, the Saints have the 3rd pick of the 7th. What is there any player on the board right now, Bob, where you're just like, you know what? Because we're just talking about Nussmeier and how we think maybe there's going to be a team that just says, screw it, let's just take them. Is there anybody on the board that you look at and you're like, the Saints should just say, screw it, let's take them?
Well, I'm going to die on this hill, apparently. Give me Roman. I'll give you one offense and one defense. Give me Roman Hemby, the running back from Indiana, and Devin Marshall, the cornerback from NC State.
Yeah. Well, you've been on Marshall for a couple rounds now, and you even said you might be one of the only guys talking about him. So, okay, sure. Give me Zaven Harris, the defensive tackle out of Ole Miss. And offensively, you could give me, I mean, part of me just wants to say screw it and take Nussmeier to see what the reaction is going to be out of people.
Yeah.
Even though that doesn't make any sense for him. I don't know. Offensively,
Deion Burks is still there.
Yeah, but there's no need to take another receiver.
No, I know. Trey Wallace, Eric McAllister, Josh Cameron, all still there. Yeah, if you do 4 wide receivers, you're getting nuts.
Give me Jaden Roberts, the offensive guard out of Alabama.
I like him.
So give me a fat guy is what I'm asking for in round 7.
2 fat guys.
Yeah, either or. Just give me a fat guy. Oh, did we miss Marshall getting picked?
Did we?
I don't know. Brian just threw it. He's like, I thought he got picked already.
I'm afraid to jump off and go back to my tracker because whenever I have, it's knocked me off.
Yeah, Devin Marshall is still available.
Caden Curry, the edge rusher from Ohio State, just went to Indianapolis at 214.
Ah, dang. His if he got drafted by the Panthers, his jersey would have done numbers here. Just based off the last name. The Curry family here, they're gods.
Mm-hmm. That they are.
So yeah, for me, give me a fat guy at this point. I don't see why not. Give me an offensive or defensive lineman that's just going to compete in camp, and hopefully make the roster.
And I'm looking at skill guy. Another reason I think skill guy is that also gives you another potential special teams contributor.
Mm.
I'm not saying, and I don't think Roman Hemby did play special teams at Maryland or Indiana. I know he didn't at Indiana. And I don't know if Devin Marshall played much special teams at NC State either. But as we all know, the key to running backs, defensive backs, wide receivers, linebackers, if you're a late pick, you got to make a mark on special teams. Otherwise, you ain't making the roster.
Have to. If you're a skill guy, lineman, I don't know. Be really good for field goals. Just be a bit, or just be. I mean, look at just to continue to talk about Xavier Harris just being a massive guy. I mean, he's 6'8". Like, if you could get there and use your athleticism to block a kick, like, by all means, you're gonna have a spot on this roster.
Now, I'm driving. I have to grab my draft guide out for this one.
Oh, Harold Perkins goes to the.
Oh yeah, okay.
Just got drafted by Atlanta. Okay, your draft guide for who?
Well, I had to do this for kickers and punters.
Oh yes.
I don't see them drafting a punter. They just signed one in free agency. Finally, a couple fun names. You got Trey Smack from Florida, and Kansei Matsusua from Hawaii.
Close. I'll give it to you.
You know the name though?
Yeah, it's going to be Kansei Matsuawa.
All right.
But
so I wasn't embarrassingly off.
No, you weren't bad. But his nickname's the Tokyo Toe.
Well, you got to draft him.
So yeah, like, give me that. No, I still think they're going to bring a kicker in to compete, but I do think it's Charlie's to lose.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
I think he did enough to give himself at least the upper hand.
Jack Stonehouse, a punter from Syracuse. At this point, I'm looking for fun names too.
That's fun, yeah.
He's already been picked, but
Trey Smack just got taken.
Oh, did he really? Oh yeah, I looked up and saw that.
Yeah,
Packer bastards.
Yeah.
He's already been picked, but safety Genesis Smith from Arizona would have been fun.
Bishop Fitzgerald. That's a cool one.
Yeah.
Oh, how about offensive tackle Diego Pounds?
I don't mind that at all.
And he's 325 pounds. So it's a big guy. It's a good name.
I got outside linebacker.
Exactly what I do when I'm drafting in like Madden, and it's just late round picks. You're just like, I'm just gonna take the guy who's got the best name. Just scroll.
Yeah, right.
This guy.
Outside linebacker Carson Sharar from Iowa.
Okay.
Sharar.
Scooby Williams.
I was just gonna say, do you remember how hyped Scooby Williams was when he first got to A&M?
I don't. I remember Scooby.
Yeah, I do. Maybe that might be who I'm thinking of.
Scooby Wright was a linebacker, right? I believe.
Yeah.
Scooby Wright the third. Yes, I knew it. Where did he go?
I don't remember.
Arizona was the 2014. He won some national award in 2014.
And a fat guy, a prototype nose tackle, actually. Dante Corleone from Cincinnati. Alan mentioned him last night. That would be a fun. Dante Corleone. Yeah, that would be a fun one.
Quintavious Hutchins.
Hmm.
Edge from Boston College.
I mean, you got to love the name Quintavious.
Quintavious, that's a good one. There's an offensive tackle for Wake Forest, but I'm not going to try to touch that one. That's Samoan, and I'm going to butcher that really bad. Red Murdoch.
Ooh.
Linebacker from Buffalo.
That's straight out of the A-team.
Yeah, Red Murdoch. Give me that guy, just based off of his name.
Mm-hmm.
He set an NCAA record with 17 forced fumbles. Yeah, give me that guy. Give me that guy.
All right. So my name choice, I'm sticking with Dante Corleone.
Okay, I'm going Red Murdoch.
Okay.
Linebacker from Buffalo. He's not going to get selected here with the next pick, but by all means.
Well, what'd we just say about Jake Smack?
Yeah, look, but he was the number one kicker on the board. Okay, so yeah, Red Murdoch is going to be a guy that I will now be closely following his NFL.
For your sake, I hope he goes to the Panthers.
Oh, just because it's be local, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and you could actually run into Red Murdoch somewhere in public.
Like, oh my God, you're Red Murdoch.
Your famous practice squad Carolina Panther, Red Murdoch.
There is a guy that he'd have to do some big things to be the most famous practice squad player in the history of the Panthers. But we'll get to that after the Saints pick. So I believe the Saints are on the clock. No.
About to be. Cowboys at pick 218 is their pick is in.
Okay, so the most famous practice squad player in the history of the Carolina Panthers, LeVar Ball.
Yeah.
So
gotta be.
Have a long way to go to pass that one. NFL rumors. There's rumors. It's just a rumor, but another tweet going out there that the Saints engaged. So past tense in trade conversations around Kayvon Thibodeau. So not are engaged, but did engage.
But see, I mean, we knew that. We don't know the extent of the talks, but we knew. The NFL trade rumors page, and we follow each other. So I mean, I don't want to be too disrespectful. They're back and forth. As far as his stories covered and the way that they cover them. All right, the pick is in, but don't have it yet.
I'm surprised they used it. But
I am a little bit too.
Like honestly, they technically would have they used the same amount of picks as they had going into the day.
Mm-hmm.
And that does surprise me a little bit.
Oh, same thing happened last year. We didn't get any deals, any trades from them last year, and they used every pick.
No, I remember that was a long one. It was a long draft. I also was in a this is the second straight year I was in a different state for one of the days.
Were you?
Because last year I was in a different state. So I stopped traveling around the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're showing highlights of Trey Smack.
As well, they should.
Yeah, what a guy. Like, I mean, respectfully, like, how many highlights are you going to show of this guy making like 50-yard kicks? You know, like, is that like it's impressive, but also like, is it really a highlight? I don't know. All right, let's see who the Saints select. Throw it on the screen.
Yeah, because at this point, I'm pretty sure our sources have given up for the day too, and they're just not reporting anything to us anymore.
Yeah, TJ Hall, defensive back out of Iowa.
Okay. So, I mean, you finally get your cornerback, I guess.
6'1", 189. It's all right. We're at the point in the draft was like I don't really have an opinion one way or another.
Yeah, right. Because even if it was one of the guys that we were speaking out by name as the last couple picks were approaching, what would be the best that we could say about them? I mean, if I had scouting reports on any of them, and I didn't for TJ Hall, but still the best that we could possibly say about them would be thought this guy would go earlier. Throw out a couple positives about his game, couple negatives about his game, and that's it. Again, we know what late day 3 picks are. They're you're hoping to find a diamond in the rough. We know the team's thought process as they pick them, and in Hall, Brown, and Styles' case, since they're all skill position guys, they're going to have to make the team based off special teams. Period and end of story.
Exactly. He's missed a lot of time due to injury, TJ Hall, but he was a third team All Big Ten. Had 10 pass breakups last year, started 11 games. Good tackler, 47 tackles, plays the run pretty well.
So. I wouldn't expect anything less from an Iowa defensive back. Very, very hard-nosed players, physical, fundamentally sound tackling. So,
yeah, it fits the mold for that defense over the last few years. Yeah. Well, Bob, it's 5 hours and 30 minutes on the air today, 4.5 yesterday, and 3 hours on Friday. So that puts us at about 12 hours on the air together. And another draft-a-thon completed. I think. I don't think the Saints are trading back. I think at this point they're on the phone with UDFAs.
Yeah, even if they do, we'll get you caught up this week.
Yeah, we'll get you caught up on Wednesday, along with the undrafted free agents.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday. Final tally on stuff, Bob?
I mean, and I know I'm going to get asked on Jordy Haltberg's show and other shows that I go on this week, what's my draft grade? I hate doing that. But again, I go back to, with the first few picks, and that's the key to any draft.
Yeah.
With your first few picks, you got a starting wide receiver. One of, if he's not the top in the class, top rated in the class, he was the second. And he was the second wideout off the board. You got your upgrade for your interior run defense, and hopefully a steady nose tackle that could tie up blockers, get push in the middle, and disrupt offenses that way. And I mean, a talented tight end, though a head scratching pick, a talented tight end that me, and Alan all liked. So those were rounds for 1, 2, and 3. And rounds 4, they got a guard, which we felt like that they should do, and another wide receiver too, to provide competition for that room. So either Bryce Lance, the wideout from North Dakota State, either he is going to be a draft steal. Or he's going to push Jalen Polk and Devon Bailey to be better. Either way, it's a win-win. And then your last few picks, defensive backs, 2 defensive backs, and another wideout. If they help your special teams, then you come out here with a win. because your special teams coverage units were among the worst in the league last year.
Yeah, and they cut some big name guys last year. A lot of weird decisions with the special teams units prior to the season and during the season. But yeah, I think overall they got better. I don't think that there was a pick that really like blew me away. I think a lot of them made sense. Oscar Delp was the head scratcher, but ultimately, like I'm pretty satisfied with the draft as a whole. So with that, Bob, if you will give them the final tallies on coffees, cigarettes, all the terrible things I said today, we'll close this out for however many years we've now done this together.
Well, your Bayou Blitz podcast, our official tally is a little bit over 13 hours on the air between Thursday, Friday, and of course today. During that time, we let you down. We had no invented words. So we will do better next year, I promise.
We got to get it right.
We do. 13 cigarettes. 3 hate references towards Roger Goodell. I guess I'm going to count this as a 7th, since the way I'm going to put it. 7 hate references towards a despicable, lying coward of a human being, Kyle Mosley. I will be getting my money from you, by the way, Mosley, soon. 7 cups of coffee. 1 E. coli outbreak. 1 combined international incident between you and I. Brendan hates father-son duos in any aspect of life.
Sports.
And okay, sports. And according to Brendan, all scraggly white guys look the same.
And girl math.
And girl math. Yeah, girl math.
Girl math.
That girl math was going to go in my invented words or phrases, but
it's not.
Then you guys clued me in because you hate old people. That I just didn't know about that because I'm old.
Yeah. Surprised your daughter hasn't said that. Yeah, ask Brianna about that. Just text her out of the blue. Hey, Brianna, what is girl math?
What is girl math?
See what kind of answer you get. All right, guys, we're going to shut it down for the day. For Bob, I'm Brendan. Thanks so much for tuning in to, I think this is our 6th year doing the Draft-A-THON, 5th or 6th. I can't keep track. But thanks so much for tuning in for another Draft-A-THON. We'll be back on Wednesday, giving you guys a little bit more of an in-depth breakdown on every pick, the undrafted free agents, and just what we expect between now and minicamp, which is going to be right around the corner. We are getting back to football here sooner than later. So until Wednesday, hope you guys find some peace, spread love, practice positivity, and thanks again for tuning in to the 2026 Bayou Blitz Draft-A-THON. We'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thanks, guys.